vacancies in the floating seats in the southern region, and as well as the Central African region, as well as the vacancies, 5 vacancies, or sorry, 7 vacancies within the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, where we have 2 members who are completing their term and 5 others who are open for re-election. The points have been made around the importance of awareness beyond these rooms, beyond these halls. All Africans must become aware of the existence of these mechanisms and begin to contribute to the effectiveness and the functionality of the mechanism. So it's been a pleasure being here, and we look forward to advancing human rights, advancing the rule of law and democracy in Africa.
Mon nom c'est Julien Gambour, je suis directeur des droits humains au ministère de la Justice. Alors pour cet échange, je pense que c'est un forum qui est très très important du point de vue de l'État du Sénégal que nous sommes venus représenter, parce que c'est un forum qui permet de parler de la situation globale des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose que les États encouragent, en tout cas pour ce qui concerne le Sénégal, parce que ça permet de promouvoir une culture des droits de l'homme au niveau africain. Ça permet de discuter des problèmes au niveau africain en termes de droits de l'homme, des difficultés, mais aussi des obstacles et des propositions de solutions. Et c'est un forum qui réunit les États, qui réunit les ONG, qui réunit toutes les parties prenantes qui travaillent sur la promotion des droits de l'homme. Et je pense que le Sénégal, qui est un État qui est là pour la promotion des droits de l'homme, est tout à fait ouvert pour participer à ce forum. Et c'est dans ce cadre-là que nous avons été ici envoyés pour discuter, voir ensemble comment, au niveau des États, on peut travailler à améliorer la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique.
My name is Kwame Andres Daklo, a person with albinism, and I work with Africa Albinism Network as the advocacy manager. Where the Africa Albinism Network is at the 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And our coming here is not only to participate, but also to try to engage and influence policies and advocacy at this level. First of all, we participated in the NGOs Forum, where we had a panel on persons with albinism and reparations. And also we are here to also present a statement on the same issues, where issues of persons with albinism are presented before the African Commission to ensure that African Union member states take recommendation from what we are going to present and ensure the rights and welfare of persons with albinism are taken into consideration during their deliberations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Izobo, and I am the Advocacy Program Manager at the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. And as CSBR, we are present at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. For us, we're going to be presenting a statement on the African Union Team of the Year reparations. We'll also be participating in the panel session on Saturday, the 25th of October, 2025, where we get to also talk about the AU Team of the Year on reparations, or should I say reparative justice for African descent. Today, the 22nd of October 2025, we held a side event on how we can actually mobilize African leadership for a torture-free trade treaty. And so for us at CSVL, one of the reflections, or should I say the purpose of us having, of being part of the 85th Ordinary Session, being part of the Ordinary Session each year, is to ensure that we're able to mobilize with other NGOs to serve as watchdogs to ensure that states are actually complying to the very same reason why they signed the different conventions in the first place, or even the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. And so it's also a great time for us to listen to states as they report on the human
Je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses travaux. Distingués délégués représentant les États partis, distingués délégués représentant
distinguished delegates representing the National Human Rights Commission and civil society, dear colleagues, members of the Secretariat, dear interpreters, I'd like to bid you a good afternoon. We're going to start this afternoon session with item 10 of our agenda, which is on consideration of state report. Today we are receiving Botswana, who will soon present their report on the Article 62. Before that happens, I'd like to give the floor to the STC for the presentation of the agenda. STC, you have the floor, please.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished participants, and interpreters. Good afternoon to everyone. The agenda for today has two elements. As mentioned by the Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, we would have the report of the Republic of Botswana between 2:30 and 4:30 p.m. And thereafter, we will receive the activity report of the ACHPR's Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and Reprisals in Africa. Those are the two agenda items that we have today. Thank you, Chair.
Très bien. Excellence, M. Augustine Nyatanga, représentant le ministre.
Representing the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services in Botswana, Head of Delegation, I'd like to wish you a warm welcome on my own behalf and on the behalf of my fellow commissioners. I'd like to wish you a warm welcome to Banjul, the seat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I'd like to express my compliments to you and your delegation as accompanying to the government of Botswana for having accepted to present the periodic report for the effective implementation of the rights guaranteed by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights that your country signed or ratified in 17 July 19. Your first periodic report was presented in 2007, and this report was followed by a second and third combined report considered by our commission in 2015. This report that you're about to present is on the fourth and fifth joint report and covers a period between 2018 and 2023. After this welcome address, I'd like to inform you that the Commission is ready to listen to you for about 1 hour. After your presentation, we're going to open the floor for a dialogue in which all the commissioners will take turn to put questions to you based on the theme, the theme of their mandate. Excellency, I'd like to invite you now to take the floor and address the Commission. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished Vice Chairperson, members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, representatives of human rights institutions, civil society organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, I wish to extend warm greetings to you and further congratulate the members of the African Commission who were elected to steer the Commission from 2025 to 2029. I wish you success during your tenure of office. This year, Botswana attends the 85th session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights under a new administration, following peaceful general elections and transfer of power in November 2024. The new government is a government anchored on human rights, fully convinced that their universality, indivisibility, and the imperative for their advocacy and protection. This commitment has already been demonstrated through a number of definitive actions commencing the redress of injustices suffered by indigenous people of Botswana and upholding the human rights, the human rights of asylum seekers and refugees. Honorable Chairperson, it is an honor for me to address this 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to present Botswana's 4th and 5th combined periodic reports on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This process affords our country an opportunity to declare its achievements and as well as adopt best practice human practices geared towards overcoming the implementation of reporting challenges. Honorable Chairperson, Botswana is committed to the letter and spirit of the Charter. To that end, government disseminates the Charter and other regional human rights instruments through its ministries, departments, and agencies. Significant highlights include incorporation of modules on human rights, including the rights protected under the Charter into the curriculum of law enforcement officials. This is done during the recruitment and in-service training of Botswana Police Service, Botswana Prison Service, and Botswana Defense Force. This includes training of police officers on peaceful assembly. The government also heightens awareness on the provision of the Charter and other human rights instruments targeted to the public, the Dikhosi, judges, prosecutors, and lawyers. Medium used include quota meetings, radio and television programs addressed by members of parliament and various government officials and civil society. Honorable Chairperson, compliance with the guidance for the national periodic reports under the African Charter is indeed a precursor to the submission of a comprehensive state report which fully accounts for the implementation of the provision of the Charter. Botswana therefore knows and fully appreciates the guidance given by the Commission in this regard. The country reiterates its commitment to improving its future reports through compliance with the guidelines for the national periodic reports under the African Charter, the Commission's general comments, as well as the resolutions. Honorable Chairperson, the strength of promotion and protection of human rights in Botswana is anchored on ongoing democracy supporting institutions. The government is committed to ensure effective functioning of these institutions. To that end, the National Human Rights Committee is supported with financial and human resources to enable it to effectively implement its mandate, which includes the monitoring of national periodic reports. The committee's meetings are financed by the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, which I represent. The ministry also provides the human resource for the committee secretariat. The same arrangements apply, Mr. Chair, for the Interministerial Committee of Treaties, Conventions, and Protocols, which is housed and fully supported by the Ministry of International Relations. The committee is responsible for the National Human Rights Tracking Database. The setting up of this database has been completed and the standard operating procedures have been developed. Line ministries are identified and scheduled which manage their routine into inputting data, and this has been developed. And the rollout of the schedule for the year 2026 is in place. On the protection of the rights to legal representation for the Indian, including prisoners, the legal representation of an accused person in criminal matters is a right that is provided by our Constitution. In order to ensure that equitable access to justice for individuals who lack financial resources, Botswana has implemented a thorough legal aid system. A prime illustration of this is the establishment of Legal Aid Botswana, which is a corporate entity that operates under the Legal Aid Act number 18 of 2013. The Legal Aid Act guarantees that individuals facing disadvantages have the opportunity to access legal services. These services encompass legal advice, legal representation, legal awareness or education, and the support, thereby enhancing the fairness and equality within the criminal justice system. The Land Tribunal is one of the independent departments under the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, established in terms of the Land Tribunal Act of 2014. The Act is mandated to hear and determine land appeals from decisions of the land boards and planning appeals from the decisions of planning committees of our councils. The Land Tribunal is a court of equity and law with special attributes aimed at inexpensive, less complex and speedy resolution of land disputes, and the litigants appear in person. Honorable Chairperson, the other democracy-supporting institutions which contribute to the promotion and protection of the human rights is the Kota. The Kota should be understood not merely as a meeting place or a public consultation governance forum, as it is presented in our periodic report. To answer the question asked by the Commission about the achievements of the Kota is the second layer of our dual legal system. When Botswana gained independence, she retained her customary laws, tribal leadership was, as well as customary law dispute resolution mechanisms. Historically, all Botswana wards and villages built Kota structures in a crawl-like manner using wood. This is where the Khosi, these are our traditional leaders, they report for duty daily to govern their communities, including the resolution of complaints. These structures, Honorable Chairperson, have been developed into contemporary and modern brick structures in all villages across the country. The government established the Ministry of Local Government and Tribal Affairs to ensure that effective functioning and support of this most important institution in Botswana. The Dikhosi are formally employed and remunerated through, and the staff such as police officers, court clerks are posted at the Kotla nationwide to support this local governance structure in our country. We have got the House of Chiefs, which was also established as part of the National Assembly to ensure that the Khosi take part in the lawmaking process to ensure that good governance and culture and traditions in their communities are formalized in laws. With regard to harmful cultural practices, Honorable Chairperson, our traditional leaders are trained in the constitutions and other laws of Botswana to raise awareness in the communities they represent. They are also they are therefore an indispensable resource for the government to reach grassroots in countless matters of national importance. Honorable Chairperson, Botswana remains committed to continuing expanding efforts towards the ratification of continental human rights instruments. The country greatly extends gratitude to the Commission for offering it a fully funded support to participate in the conference on the advocacy of the continental ratification and implementation of treaties under the ACHAP, monitoring and on the theme, achieving the universal ratification and enhanced implementation of all African human rights treaties and their effective implementation. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, Botswana's rate of implementation of the provisions of human rights instruments at both the African Union and the United Nations level is high. According to the 2024 Mo Ibrahim ratings, Botswana scored 65.8% on overall governance, ranking the 5th out of 54 countries in Africa. This score is higher than the African average of 49.3 and also higher than the average for the Southern Africa, which is 56.6. This rating, Honorable Chairperson, attests to the efficacy of the methodology which the country has developed to ensure realization of various rights through legislation and policies before ratification. This ensures ease of implementation following the ratification. Honorable Chairperson, while the above is the case, Botswana's pace of ratification of continental instruments is slow. Vice Chairperson of the Commission, Janet Ramatwele Salanje, succeeded in guiding Botswana to ratify the Maputo Protocol in 2023 by simply showing the country that it is already in full compliance and used as a benchmark in women's rights in the region. Botswana accordingly deposited the ratification instruments with the Commission in November 2023. This accession effected on the 1st December 23. The Ministry of Youth and Gender Affairs has begun consultation to draft the maiden periodic statement report, the Maputo Protocol scorecard and index report. Generation guide will be followed in producing this report. Botswana finds herself in many situations of high implementation rate of human rights instruments which she has not ratified. Progress has, however, been made towards the ratification of human rights instruments as elaborated below. On the 14th November, Botswana ratified the following conventions: the civil aspects of international child abduction, which entered into force on the 1st February 2023. The protection of children and aspect of inter-country adoption, which entered into force on the 1st March 2023. And the international recovery of child support and other forms of family maintenance, which entered into force on the 16th November 2023. Consultations on the African Youth Charter with stakeholders have been concluded. Approval of recommendation to ratify was granted by the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Treaties, Convention, and Protocol. It is now waiting to be submitted for cabinet approval. With regard to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and the Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness in 1961, the government and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights co-hosted a consultative workshop on human rights treaty ratification in Gaborone from the 14th to the 16th October 2025. The report findings will be used to guide decision-making. As a human rights-focused government, Botswana undertakes to significantly improve her status on ratification of human rights instruments which she has not made progress on, and the report to the Commission by the next reporting site. Honorable Chairperson, on the communication procedure, as a member of the African Union in good standing, Botswana reiterates her commitment to cooperating and engaging with the African Commission as well as working groups and experts of various mechanisms of the Charter and its protocols. The delegation therefore requests for the deferment on the response on the implementation of 4 communications which the Commission requested for an update on. Legal counsel will be sought and communications sent to the African Commission on the individual matters by the next reporting period. Honorable Chairperson, Botswana continues to strengthen her legal and policy frameworks to enhance the promotion and the protection of rights in its jurisdiction. The Ministry has developed a child-friendly justice system roadmap to improve child-friendliness and of the juvenile system. The main aim being to prioritize the enhancement of child-friendly justice system in Botswana, ensuring that the justice system is responsive to cases involving children, upholding and protecting their rights. The roadmap was informed by a research study done on assessment of the state of the child-friendly justice system in Botswana, a qualitative situational analysis for reform. Botswana has established specialized child justice courts such as the Magistrate Court in accordance with the Children's Act. This court prioritizes child-friendly procedures and aim to provide a safe and supportive environment for children involved in legal proceedings. They ensure fair treatment, respect for the children's rights, and access to legal representation. The gender mainstreaming guidelines for the criminal justice systems also provide gender-sensitive policies and programs, as well as equality and equity in daily duties, engagement, making visible and gender nature of assumptions, processes, and outcomes. The guidelines were launched in October 2023, and there is continuous training of stakeholders to ensure that the justice sector operates with a system that recognizes and informs human rights across gender consideration for the upliftment of the vulnerable members of our society to access justice. We've got the Disability Act, which was enacted in 2024 to demonstrate the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And also the Prisons Act is currently being debated before the session of the Parliament, which has commenced in July 2025. And the intention is to repeal the law and reenact a human rights-based correctional services, which will focus more on rehabilitation and reintegration, and it will also consider changing the names of the prisons to correctional services. While the new correctional law is awaited, it is not waiting that as of now, we have started a visual visitation program that was introduced in 2024 to overcome the challenges associated with physical visitations being the sole availability of resources. Other major developments, the Honorable Chairperson, are the removal of corporal punishment and reduced diets as punishment in prisons. Furthermore, there is an amendment extending the powers of releasing prisoners temporarily from prison to visit with families on compassionate grounds. This is in line with transformation from prisons to correctional services and building a strong psychosocial program. For a full reference of laws passed by Botswana Parliament under the period under review, please, Honorable Chair, refer to Annexa 1, which has got a lot of them detailed there. Honorable Chairperson, the government is committed to the comprehensive review of the country's constitution, which was enacted at independence in 1966. The Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2025, which seeks to establish a constitutional court in Botswana, has been published. The establishment of this court, Honorable Chair, will assist in terms of resuming the substantial constitutional process and creating a mechanism which will certify the review process, hence the establishment of the course before the review process. The next step is to establish a dedicated parliamentary committee to evaluate and build upon the work previously done by the Constitutional Review Commission. This committee is expected to include legal experts, civil society representatives, members of parliament, and the revised constitution, once finalized, will be presented to Parliament. Honorable Chairperson, I will address the questions on combating discrimination in general, as well as the question of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa on equality and non-discrimination. Botswana's position is that her laws sufficiently combat discrimination in general. Equality and non-discriminations are enshrined in Section 3, read with Section 15 of the Constitution of Botswana. Section 3 guarantees that every person in Botswana, they will enjoy their fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, notwithstanding their race, place of origin, political opinion, color, creed, or sex. The principles of equality and non-discrimination are also enshrined in several legal and policy frameworks, as well as other programs. And this includes Section 7B of the Children's Act that provides that no decision or action shall be taken with regards to any child which has the effect of possibility of discriminating against any child based on his or her sex, family, color, race, ethnicity, place of origins, and others as stipulated there, Honorable Chairperson. Section 23 of the Employment Act also stipulates employment contract cannot be terminated on the ground of an employee's race, tribe, place of origin, social origin, marital status, sexual orientation, health status, or disability. Government is currently developing the gender equality law, which will, amongst other things, reinforce the principle of equality of men and women as enshrined in the Constitution. Honorable Chairperson, discrimination is also prohibited in Chapter 2 under Section 15 of the Constitution of Botswana, which provides that no law shall make any provision that is discrimination either of itself or in its effect. Discrimination cases have indeed brought before the court during the period under review. An example is the case of Tapela and others versus the Attorney General of Botswana, in which two Zimbabwean inmates succeeded in urging the High Court of Botswana that their denial of antiretroviral therapy on the basis of policy which was afforded the same to citizens was discriminated. The court ordered that the government should provide ARV treatment to non-citizens, which led to the change in the policy. Honorable Chairperson, while the above is the case, allowable derogations to the principles of equality and non-discrimination have been made at Section 15, subsection 4, B-C of the Constitution. Domestic laws and policies integrate these exceptions within the boundaries of the Charter. Botswana's legislation and policies on national development, the National Strategy for Poverty Reduction and Remote Area Development Program provide for special measures to reduce socio-economic inequalities to those living in rural areas and the rest of the population. In addition, the government has established 28 out of 21 district gender committees countrywide to provide oversight, strategic guidance, and monitoring of implementation of the district planned gender and GBV response activities. The committees are multi-sectoral and chaired by district commissioners. Honorable Chairperson, Botswana has a dual system of laws affording citizens what is commonly referred to as a principle of choice of law. However, the customary law is not codified, and a safeguard has been embedded in our law as Customary Law Act provides that where there is conflict between customary law and written law takes precedence. Any challenge to a customary practice that is unconstitutional is repealed by the court, as it has been demonstrated in the Ramantele case, in the case of the Court of Appeal of Botswana. That stated that any customary law or rule which discriminates in any case against a woman unfairly solely on the basis of her gender would not be in accordance with humanity, morality, or natural justice, nor would it be in accordance with the principles of justice, equity, and good conscience. Public awareness on the need to align customary laws and practices with the laws of Botswana continues to be raised, Honorable Chair. In this regard, since 2012, the government has been engaging traditional leaders in ensuring that there is no discrimination on matters of marriage, divorce, equality of property, and other legal rights of spouses. Honorable Chairperson, the Independent Electoral Commission exists to ensure the realization of the citizens' rights to participate in public affairs. The right to participation in the electoral process is enshrined in Section 67 of the Constitution of Botswana. Measures are in place that strengthen participation and respect for human rights in the electoral process, include increased number of polling stations through the demarcation process that was carried in 2023 from the existing 2,258 to 2,802 to enhance accessibility, provision of this in the diaspora and advance voting for those conducting elections, and extensions of franchise to any voter who is under the sentence of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months imposed on him or her by the court. To strengthen confidence in the electoral processes, the Political Party Funding Act of 2024 was implemented post the 2024 general elections. There is no provision for legal quotas in the electoral system of Botswana. The 2024 general elections resulted in the elections of 3 women out of the 61 members of the National Assembly. Furthermore, the 3 women were specially elected to the National Assembly in recognition of the fact that there are not many. Honorable Chairperson, the African Union 2024 Election Observation Mission recommendations continue to be implemented. Recommendations to the Independent Electoral Commission were in relation to the introduction of technology for some aspects of voter registration and the verification process to reduce double registration, and also the availing of electronic copies of voters' roll to political parties in a timely manner for auditing and to improve credibility of the electoral processes. These recommendations were addressed through the Electoral Amendment Act of 2023 through the amendment of Section 7 of the Electoral Amendment. Section 16 of the Electoral Amendment was also amended as follows. In addition to subsection 1 and 2, the Secretary may open a copy of every existing roll for inspection by the public in the Commission's website, a government website page, or other electronic media as the Secretary may determine. At the time of the amendments, preparations for general voter registration for the 2024 general elections were already at an advanced stage, and there was limited time to implement the amendments. Hence, implementation will be done in 2029 electoral cycle. Furthermore, following 2024 general elections, as has been consistently done after every general election, the Independent Electoral Committee held a national stakeholder evaluation workshop from the 7th to the 5th May 2025 to evaluate and enhance the electoral process. The workshop produced key recommendations to further enhance the credibility of the electoral process. Honorable Chairperson, the courts are the most utilized mechanism that address complaints of violations of the rights of persons in diverse spheres, including civil, criminal, unjustified limitation to the freedom of expression, unlawful communication, surveillance, and election-related disputes. Safeguards to ensure independence are the method of appointment and the security of tenure, which are established under Section 96, Section 1 and 100, Section 1 of the Constitution on the appointment of judges in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. Honorable Chairperson, progress has been made since the Office of the Ombudsman launched its human rights mandate in 2023. In terms of the human resources, strategic position of Deputy Ombudsman, Human Rights, and 2 positions of Assistant Ombudsman have already been established. The final phase is the approval of the deployment structure geared towards the creation of additional positions in line with the function of this new mandate. Part of the ongoing restructuring exercise is the creation of the Division of Compliance and Law Reform, some of which the functions are to advise the government on the ratification and implementation of human rights treaties and conventions. Furthermore, to assist government to monitor, address, and report on human rights concerns at the national and international level. With respect to financial resources, the office is sufficiently funded as it has been allocated a huge sum of money for its recurrent budget from the financial year 2023 to 25-26. Honorable Chairperson, it has to be noted that the placement of the Office of the Ombudsman under the government ministry does not vitiate its operational independence as required by the Paris Principle. The placement is only for administrative purposes. It is intended especially for the office to utilize the service of the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, who presents its budget and the annual reports to Parliament. According to the financial procedures of the government of Botswana, only a minister can present a budget in Parliament. In addition, only a minister or a member of Parliament can lay before Parliament any document such as the Ombudsman annual report. Legal safeguards have been provided to ensure operational independence of the Office of the Ombudsman. Section 11 of the Ombudsman Act of 2021 guarantees operational independence of the office, its discharge on his or her function. The Ombudsman shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority, and the proceedings of the Ombudsman shall not be called into question into any court of law. Honorable Chairperson, on accreditation and affiliation, the Office of the Ombudsman is a member of the National African National Human Rights Institutions. It was granted membership in May 2024 as the 47th country to be accepted during the 5th to the 6th meeting of the Steering Committee and the General Assembly. By virtue of being a member, the Office of the Ombudsman holds observer status with the Global Alliance for the National Human Rights Institution. The intention is to finalize on the affiliate status as a litmus test for application for accreditation to Global Alliance work for national human rights institutions. On the right to life, Honorable Chairperson, Botswana's position on the death penalty remains guided by the Constitution and the will of its people. Accordingly, Botswana courts impose death penalty only after a fair and transparent judicial process, in full compliance with the Constitution, the Penal Code, and Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act. Section 26 of the Penal Code solely recognizes hanging as the method of execution in Botswana. From the year 2018, 33 prisoners were sentenced to death, 9 executed, and currently there remains only 18 death row prisoners. 6 succeeded in their appeals and their sentence being commuted to imprisonment. Under Section 119 of the Prisons Act, prisoners are given notice to date and time fixed for their executions once the warrant of execution is received and all legal appeals and petitions for mercy have been exhausted. Provisions have not been made for families of prisoners to receive advance notification, nor prisoners to have a last meeting with their family, that their family be entitled to burial rights. Honorable Chairperson, on the question of whether Botswana courts can lawfully circumvent the mandatory death sentence, note must be taken that although the death sentence is mandatory for each of the offenses of murder, treason, a lesser sentence may be imposed where there are extenuating circumstances. Courts have therefore awarded custodial sentences in murder cases, including those lesser than life sentences. The abolition of the death penalty will require the amendment of the Constitution and the Penal Code of Botswana. The government is currently exploring ways of working with death penalty project in the UK to undertake a death penalty situational study. The scope of the study is expected to cover an analysis of existing framework, which include those establishing non-lethal crimes, transparency of the clemency procedure, as well as the level of awareness of human rights by members of the public and law enforcement officers. The impact of the study will be available for empirical evidence which can aid in decision-making and consideration in terms of the reforms. Additionally, the government makes civic space conducive for other stakeholders to hold death penalty debate. We have got a national radio called Tuma FM radio station that hosted a death penalty discussion in November 2022. The session was organized by the delegation of the European Union to Botswana. In April 2023, our local newspaper, The Voice newspaper, hosted another public debate on death penalty. The government participated in both these debates. Honorable Chairperson, the Arms and Ammunition Act regulates the importation and manufacture, repair and conversion and regulates the sale and transfer of arms and ammunition in Botswana. The Constitution of Botswana also has got guarantees that serve as first line of defense on this legal framework which prevent extrajudicial or arbitrary executions in Botswana. Section 4 and 10, they're to prohibit execution without lawful court sentence following due process. Other clear statutory thresholds on the legality are the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act, which governs the arrest, detention, search and seizure and the conditions under which force may be used, including proportionality and necessity standards when effecting arrest or preventing an escape. Honorable Chairperson, the Police Act set professional standards, discipline and reporting obligation for firearm discharge and death associated with police operations. The Prisons Act regulates the use of force by correctional officers, the treatment of inmates, segregation, medical oversight, and mandatory recording of serious incidents and death in the custody. Botswana Defence Force also is bound by the BDF Act to defend the human rights compliant standards with when assisting civil authorities. Honorable Chairperson, accountability and investigation mechanisms have also been put in place to ensure that every death at the state hands is lawfully scrutinized. This includes inquests, the judicial inquest into death occurring in the custody or associated with the police action or suspicious circumstances. Coroner's findings can trigger prosecutions or disciplinary action. The Directorate of Public Prosecution, which has an independent prosecutorial decision making on unlawful killings, including state agents. Our courts, which have judicial review of arrest, detention conditions, confessions, constitutional litigations for the right to life violations, and civil damages against the state for wrongful death. On provision of torture, Honorable Chairperson, Botswana existing legislative framework has not incorporated the definition of torture as articulated in the Robben Island guidelines. The adoption of such a definition would be inconsistent with Section 7 of the Constitution of Botswana. This constitutional provision currently prohibits the country from ascending to optimal protocol to the Convention Against Torture, as it allows for limitation with respect of provision on inhuman and degrading punishment or treatment. Honorable Chairperson, the Office of the Ombudsman is not classified as a national preventative mechanism for torture, but it is empowered to receive and investigate complaints of torture by the disciplined forces. In terms of Section 10 of the Ombudsman Act, the Ombudsman may investigate any action by or on behalf of a government department or other authority, including investigations on allegations of torture. Further, the office has not presented any recommendation on preventing torture in the reporting period, Honorable Chairperson. On the investigation and prosecution of cases of torture, Honorable Chairperson, the Internal Affairs Branch, a unit established in accordance with Section 4 of the Police Act, investigates complaint and allegation of misconduct or abuse involving police officers. Currently, the Police Oversight Commission is being considered in Parliament to pass as law. The establishment of legal aid also under the Legal Aid Act of Botswana laws is recognized as a solution to improving access to justice, especially for indigenous people who struggle to afford representation. The existence of Law Society Botswana, the existence of Legal Aid Botswana reinforces the principle that justice should be accessible regardless of means, which aligns with the constitutional commitments of our country. Honorable Chairperson, redress for victims of torture and their families is covered under Order 36 of the Rules of High Court and Section 316 of the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act. The victims must initiate a court process through an application supported by admissible evidence for the award of damages. Based on the outcome of internal processes or before the courts of law, the state can release loss of dignity, medical expense, and permanent disfigurement, as well as pain and suffering. The claimant was awarded 1,500,000 pula. In the case of Uromoditse Lekang versus the Attorney General of Botswana, the plaintiff claimed general damages for unlawful assault by officials of the Department of Prisons and Rehabilitation, and the court ordered that he was entitled to an award which is commensurate with the pain and suffering and injuries sustained. He was awarded the damages. Honorable Chairperson, the right to receive compensation in criminal proceedings is dependent on a judgment having been handed down in terms of Section 316 of the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Act. In terms of the Prescriptions Act, the right to receive compensation has a time limit of 3 years. Honorable Chairperson, to improve access to police services and justice in rural and remote areas, Botswana has approved construction of additionally 23 new police stations across the country to increase visibility of the Botswana Police Service and access to that service by members of the community. Police posts in villages with customary courts remains a key component of rural dispute resolution. There are also toll-free lines for the public to access policing services without a cost. Botswana Police Service has also adopted a multi-sectoral approach to crime prevention, which often involves community liaison, local policing posts, and rural outreach. Honorable Chairperson, there are currently 23 prison facilities with a holding capacity of 4,337 inmates. At the time of preparing this report, the number of prisons recorded stood at 4,334 males and 105 females, indicating a very slightly overcrowding. To address the needs of women in prison or in custody, those that are pregnant and nursing, Section 66 of the Prisons Act provides that, subject to such conditions as may be specified by the Commissioner, a nursing infant child of a female prisoner may be received into prison with the mother and may be supplied with clothing and necessities at government expense. Furthermore, Section 66 of the Prisons Act provides that an infant child received into prison under subsection 7 who has been weaned, the officer in charge, if satisfied that there is a relative or a friend of a mother able and willing to properly support and look after the child, and the mother agrees to that arrangement, shall cause the child to be handed over to the relative or friend. If the officer in charge is not satisfied, the child may be handed over to the care of such person or organization as may be approved for the purpose by the Minister. Honorable Chairperson, as part of its mandate provided under Section 90, subsection 2 and 3, Botswana Prisons Act provides educational programs to prisoners. Education programs are provided at the expense of the government and are equivalent to the ones that are offered to the mainstream society. The programs that are offered include literacy, primary living examination, secondary education, Botswana General Certificate of Secondary Education, computer literacy, and tertiary education, supported by also vocational training. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to pre-trial detention, in Botswana, a person is remanded in prison through an order of court of a competent jurisdiction that he shall be kept in custody pending trial, sentencing, or appeal. In the case of Havana versus the Attorney General, the plaintiff instituted legal action against Botswana police for having been arrested and detained for more than 48 hours. The court awarded him damages in the sum of 20,000 pula for unlawful detention. Honorable Chairperson, alternatives or non-custodial alternatives and non-custodial sentences are also available in Botswana. We have got fines, provision for reconciliation, and an offender also can be sent to a school of industry for a period not exceeding 3 years until he or she attains 21 years. Honorable Chairperson, to enhance access to information for all, the National Information and Communication Technology Policies provides all Botswana, inclusive of persons with disabilities, access to information. And in addition, we have got an Maitlamo ICT policy that also demonstrates the government commitment to providing information to everyone through various ICT forums. Honorable Chairperson, the Media Practitioners Associations Act of 2022 requires journalists and media houses to affiliate with local organizations. There is a one state-owned newspaper and 12 privately owned ones. There are also 5 radio stations, 3 of which are privately owned, and there is a state television channel and several privately owned televisions that displays various information. On the safety of journalists, Honorable Chairperson, according to the 2024 report on the Reporters Without Borders, while Botswana ranked 79, 14 spots lower than in 2023, Botswana has seen a decline in serious abuse against journalists. The real-time statistics on the site shows that no journalists and media workers were detained or killed between January 2024 to date. Honorable Chairperson, the regime of creation of association which Botswana operates is a system of prior approval. In terms of the Public Order Act, the individual is required to obtain a permit from a police officer prior to convening a public meeting. While the system is susceptible to abuse by virtue of being subjective to the whims of police officers, permission is largely denied with reasonable justification. Honorable Chairperson, one of the significant changes that was observed by our country was the revision to allow every citizen eligible of allocation of a residential plot on both state-led and tribal land authority, regardless of whether they have previously acquired land through other legitimate means. The land dispute resolution mechanisms have also been established to resolve cases of discrimination on access to land. They are the land boards, customary law, and the Land Tribunal and the Common Law Courts. In the case of Musi and others, the High Court of Botswana declared the Ngwaketsi rule of customary law, which provided that only the last-born son may inherit parents' dwelling house, as unconstitutional. The rule excluded women from inheriting their parents' dwellings houses, regardless of their right in the birth order. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of employment, access to the right of work and equitable conditions, Botswana employment stands at 68.43%, while the unemployment rate stands at 27.6%. The female participation in the labor market is 63.8%, and the female unemployment rate is 26.73%. The formal minimal age for unrestricted activists, the proportion for the informal sector in Botswana is 68.9%. Measures are taken to extend social protection and security to people working in this sector, especially domestic workers. In terms of time. On the right of vulnerable groups, Honorable Chairperson, the current data reflects that there are 55,344 persons with disabilities, which is 2.58% of the total population of Botswana. Child disability accounts for 1.1%. In the ages 5 to 9, 1.1% in the ages 10 to 14, 1.2% in the ages 15 to 17. The Constitution of Botswana does not explicitly mention disability as a prohibited ground for discrimination. However, it protects disability rights through its general provision on equality, non-discrimination, and human rights. Section 3 and Section 15 covers all those things. On the rights of older persons, Honorable Chairperson, in Botswana, old age is 60 and above. Disaggregated data shows that as at 2022, older persons in Botswana are disproportionately female, with females making about 60% of the older population and around 49% of the older population are aged 60 to 70. Old people in Botswana access education through the out-of-school program, which encourages basic literacy. They share their skills and knowledge with the younger generation through extended family setup meetings, which is still prevalent in Botswana, whereby they are taken care of by their children, their childbearing children. In addition, the elderly also write books and record their songs and poems in radio programs such as Dipina le Maboko. Honorable Chairperson, there are legal guarantees for providing effective compensation for those that are affected by despoliation of the environment as demonstrated in previous legislative provisions. On the National Drought Management Plan, Botswana, being a semi-arid country, experiences frequent droughts that affect agriculture, water supply, rangelands, and rural livelihood. The National Drought Management Plan was therefore developed to shift focus from crisis response to drought preparedness and risk reduction. Integrate drought management into national development and sectoral planning to ensure that drought response is institutionalized, predictable, and equitable. On indigenous populations, Honorable Chairperson, Botswana has not ratified ILO conventions on indigenous and tribal people, nor developed any legal or administrative framework that specifically recognizes, promotes the right of indigenous people belonging to national or ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities. In the recent past, Botswana government did not recognize any specific ethnic groups as indigenous to the country, maintaining instead that all citizens of the country are indigenous. There is now a remarkable positive shift in government policy by the new government and political will expressed at the level of heads of state on the rights of the country's indigenous people. The new administration has pronounced that it has identified the San people of Botswana as tribal grouping that is most marginalized, excluded from government decision-making process, and has suffered from development-induced displacement. Furthermore, the new administration has already demonstrated its commitment to uplifting the dignity of the San people by firstly acknowledging the sanctity of the rights of the indigenous people and by commencing the process of remedying past transgressions, such as the abandonment of a court decision or court judgment that prevented burial of Mr. Pitseng in the CKGR. When the government took power, one of the first things that we did was to go and bury Mr. Pitseng, and by appointing an interministerial committee to look into the rights of the San. Currently, all Botswana, including those marginalized by virtue of living in remote areas, are provided with basic services, and the Ministry of Local Government and Tribal Affairs implements Rural Area Development Plan through its 33 districts across. Honorable Chair, the new government has demonstrated the upholding of human rights of asylum seekers and refugees by discontinuing the housing of rejected asylum seekers who were kept in detention or a prison facility. The government also has ensured that children of refugees have now access to equitable and quality tertiary education through government partnerships with tertiary educational institutions and community organizations. And we've also made a commitment to ensure full civic registration and the progressive efforts which have led to an increase in the number of refugees granted citizenship. Honorable Chairperson, as previously alluded to, there is no longer prolonged and arbitrary detention of unsuccessful refugee status applications in the Francistown Center for Illegal Immigrants. The Minister of Justice and Correctional Services directed that these people, the majority of whom were children, be relocated to Dukwi refugee camp. Henceforth, all refugees and asylum seekers are now resident in Dukwi refugee camp, pending the implementation of durable solutions. Note should be taken that there is freedom of movement in Dukwi refugee management camp. Dukwi village is a village used solely for the refugee residents, and like all other villages in Botswana, it is not enclosed. They have got access to free movement. I'm going towards concluding, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, in closing, allow me to appreciate the contribution of the development partners and the civil society in the strides which Botswana has made in the implementation of the recommendation of the Commission and various African Union special rapporteurs and working groups. My delegation and I look forward to a dialogue with the Commission and to consider the resultant observations and recommendations from you. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Without any prejudice to the appreciation or the consideration on the substance of your report, I would like to tell you that definitely I positively appreciate your report. We have noticed your willingness to be transparent on all the issues that have been submitted. So definitely we congratulate you and commend you on that. First of all, before I start the second phase, that is the interactive phase of our session, first of all, I would like you to introduce the members of your delegation, and then we will put questions to you. Can you kindly present and introduce members of your delegation?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My apology. I was so focused in addressing core business and forgot a very important thing in terms of introducing the delegation. As said, I'm the Assistant Minister in the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services, and I've got a team of experts that are with me. I've got Dr. Tebogo Mapodisi, the Director on Human Rights in the Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services. I've got Senior Assistant Commissioner in the Prisons Department, Mr. Noah Ramatebele, who is also a legal person. He's a lawyer by profession, assisting me in terms of matters from the prisons. I've got Mr. Boemo Mpulukeng, who is the Chief Gender Officer in the Ministry of Youth Gender from the Republic of Botswana. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I welcome them there to Banjul. Then I will now give the floor to Commissioner Lumbu. I'm sorry, Commissioner Derso, who will replace Honorable Topsy Sono. As you are aware, is the rapporteur, the country rapporteur for Botswana. So, Mr. Derso will...
Honorable, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair. A very good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to, first of all, thank the delegation of Botswana for according us the opportunity to engage in this interactive dialogue on the periodic report of Botswana. And also thank them for coming back to us, not after a long time, in terms of the submission of the periodic report. This report covers the period from 2018. I have tried to listen to the presentation carefully and also review the report. There are a couple of things that in your presentation you sought to preempt questions that may be coming your way in terms of the format of the report. Because I was looking for the report and I thought that what was presented as the report was actually annexed to the report. And the reason why I say that is basically there is a template on the preparation of reports that need to give answer to the implementation or the progress of implementation on each provision of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and then you provide response to the questions that were posed when you presented your previous report, and that will be presented as an annex. But what you did now is basically provide us a response to the questions posed during that previous reporting period as a report for this period. That is the observation that I would like to start with. The Commission wishes wishes to commend the Republic for its submitting periodic reports under Article 62 of the African Charter. The Commission takes note with appreciation of the effort at seeking the participation of civil society organizations as presented in the report. However, the Commission notes that the report under review focuses exclusively on, as I said, implementation of recommendations received as a conclusion to the previous reporting cycle, while it was supposed additionally to go through the Charter article by article and to provide updates on the implementation of those provisions of the Charter. The Commission would like to raise some questions pertaining to its content, given that we still value the fact that this provides us an opportunity to engage in substantive dialogue with you. First, is the State Party aware of the several Commission's guidelines for national periodic reports under the African Charter? And you mentioned in your introductory remark that the preparation of the report on the basis of the reporting guidelines will be complied with in future. I would like you to explain to us what challenge you have encountered in actually complying with the reporting guidelines in the preparation of the current report, so that we would be able to work with you to address those challenges and then ensure that the report for the next cycle would indeed be in accordance with those reports. Does the National Human Rights Coordinating Committee, established in 2020, enjoy sufficient human and financial resources to effectively implement its mandate with regards to drafting and monitoring of national reports? And if you can provide us also your update in terms of its role and participation in the preparation of this report presented to us this afternoon. The delegation is also invited to provide an update on the establishment of the human rights recommendations tracking database, to which you made reference both in your oral presentation and in paragraph 10 of the report as well. With respect to ratification, in 2019, the Commission recommended that Botswana ratify a set of regional and international human rights instruments. The Commission notes the position of the government of Botswana, informing that the national, legal and institutional framework should ensure satisfactory realization of the rights provided for in any given international instrument before ratification can be done. I have taken note of the fact that in your presentation you indicate that Botswana adopted the ratified the Maputo Protocol, which we receive with appreciation. Botswana's legal system is dualist, and specific national legislation is required to incorporate international instruments into domestic law. Does the delegation agree that ratification can be conceived as a political commitment to the treaty and thus take place before the international instrument is domesticated? The government of Botswana is requested to provide an update on the ratification also of the following other instruments, in addition to the ratification that you made reference to in terms of the Maputo Protocol in December 2023 and the submission or deposit of the instrument of ratification. First, the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, establishing the African Court on Human and People's Rights, which is one of the long-standing protocols to the Charter. The protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons in Africa. The protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa. The protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security. The protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the specific aspects of the right to nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. The African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. This is the latest instrument of the African Union. The African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons in Africa. The African Youth Charter, and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. Particularly given Botswana's proud reference to its democratic standing, including in this report, it would be interesting to hear from you about your reflections on the ratification of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. At the United Nations level, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and its optional protocol, the Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and members of their families, given the reference that we have made to the court decision on the treatment of non-nationals, the Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness in 1961, the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming for the abolition of the death penalty, and finally the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In terms of national human rights framework, we take note with appreciation the establishment of the Human Rights Unit in August 2019 at the National Human Rights Coordination Office and the National Human Rights Coordinating Committee in June 2020 to foster meaningful engagement between government and civil society, as provided for in paragraph 8 of your report. The Commission takes also note of Botswana's 2020 draft Comprehensive Human Rights Strategy and National Action Plan, the Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goals e-learning course, and in this respect, are the 2020 Comprehensive Human Rights Strategy and National Action Plan still at the drafting level, or are they being implemented currently? Because in the report it's referenced as draft. The Commission notes the revision and enactment of the Ombudsman Act and the Bill on Declaration of are recommended. We commend or enactment of the following instruments. The Prisons Act to visitation rights, in particular, a law on the rights of persons with disabilities, and the Education and Training Bill. The government is invited to provide an update on any other legislative efforts or initiatives aimed at the domestication of the ratified human rights instruments. Are there any specific efforts undertaken by Botswana authorities during the period under review in order to popularize and disseminate the African Charter and other relevant regional human rights instruments? In 2021, a commission of inquiry to review the country's 1996 constitution was established. And you made reference to that as well, among others, as your intervention shows, for the establishment of the Constitutional Court of Botswana. Sources from the Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2024 was rejected by the Parliament. The delegation is invited to provide an update on the constitutional reform process and where it currently stands. You mentioned in your intervention, particularly in relation to death penalty, that abolishing the death penalty would require a constitutional review. You made reference to the point that abolishing the death penalty would require a constitutional review. Would the ongoing review process, constitutional review process, be considered as an opportunity to consider the abolition of the death penalty? On Article 2, on non-discrimination, the report under review doesn't include any substantial information for the reasons that I made reference to earlier on, except on measures to ensure equal representation of women, which we welcome, and the reference to combat discrimination against persons with HIV/AIDS. Botswana ratified the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination on 20 February 1974. In addition to Section 15 of the National Constitution, what is the institutional and legislative framework for combating discrimination in Botswana? Does it prohibit discrimination in all spheres, including ethnic affiliation, religion, disability, albinism, socioeconomic status, HIV/AIDS, political opinions, or other status, as specified in Article 2 of the Charter? Sources inform that Section 15(4)(b) to D of the Constitution continues to provide for exceptions to the right not to be discriminated against. We would appreciate the provision of your update in this respect. The delegation is invited to respond to this and have any discrimination-related case been referred to justice during the reporting period, and I think you have made reference to this, but if there are any further examples that you can provide as far as discrimination-related cases concerned. Have there been any convictions or compensation to victims who have approached the courts or the government with respect to discrimination? Could the delegation elaborate on specific measures in place to combat or discourage discriminatory practices under any customary law? The delegation is invited to elaborate the government of Botswana efforts in raising awareness on and combating discrimination. On Article 8, on the right to freedom of conscience, the report under review doesn't include, once again, any substantial information, but Article 11 of the Botswana Constitution actually recognizes this right. The delegation is invited to provide information on religious institution registration. Does it require religious groups to possess a set of minimum number of members for recognition or registration? Are religious groups currently regulated by the Societies Act 2022? And if there in Botswana any institutional framework interested with promoting interreligious dialogue? On the right to participate in public affairs, general elections took place in the Republic of Botswana on 30 October 2024. Generally speaking, what are the concrete steps taken by the government of Botswana to strengthen confidence in the electoral process? Does the Botswana electoral system provide for any legal quotas to increase the participation of women? And if you can provide us statistics on the representation of women in Parliament elected at the recent October 2024 general elections. The African Union deployed election observation in 2024. What are the concrete measures taken to implement the AU 2024 election observation mission recommendations, if any initiatives have been made in that respect? Are there any national mechanisms that redress election-related disputes in Botswana? What are the concrete measures taken by the government of Botswana to strengthen the right to participation and the respect of all human rights in anticipation of, during elections and after results were announced? On national human rights institutions and other institutions, coming to the end, after launching the Ombudsman Human Rights Mandate on 5th July 2023, the delegation is requested to provide an update on the Ombudsman accreditation process within the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. Is the Ombudsman of Botswana a member of the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, NANRI? And is it considering that is the Ombudsman applying for the African Commission's affiliate status that the Commission avails to national human rights institutions. In line with the Paris Principles and other relevant international and regional guidelines, that the Ombuds enjoy sufficient human and financial resources and independence. Cooperation with the Commission, I know you made reference to this in your presentation, but the delegation is invited to elaborate on the measures taken to implement the African Commission's decisions and recommendations in the communications. There are 4 communications: Communication 9793, Communication 27703, Communication 31305, Communication 31906, in respect of which you told us that you would get back to us during the next periodic report. We would like to know why you are unable to provide us update here and now. With that, I thank you once again for your attention. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Derksu. I now give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My 1 minute for people to connect and activate interpretation. I'm going to set my timer. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by commending the Honorable Delegation of Botswana. I hope you can follow me already, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. An Honorable Delegation of Botswana that comes once again to share with us the situation of human rights in Botswana. I would like to begin by commending once again the government of Botswana for creating a national committee for coordinating human rights in 2020, and this being coordinated by the Ministry of Justice and a representative from civil society. This is an innovation and a good practice to be shared. Another positive development I'd like to highlight, if you may, is the extension of the mandate of the Ombudsman on human rights. The country reporter made reference to it, but I'd like to have additional clarifications. Is currently the National Human Rights Institution or the Ombudsman who had its mandate extended? Honorable Chair, carrying on to questions linked to my mandate, the periodic review report under review informs that the Prisons Act is currently undergoing a holistic review, this under paragraph 20, and such review will determine whether provisions on visitation rights will be amended. I'd like to know if the right to leisure or recreational activities will be included, so we'd like to have information on that, and we are able to support the country on this, mindful that acting Pan-African Parliament is acting all the law. We also would like to have details on the judicial assistance system in the country, if it covers victims of allegedly arbitrary detention without financial means for its legal representation, for obtaining compensation. If such legal assistance is also given to interpretation for detained or citizens who do not speak the vernacular language, including sign language in courts. We also
welcomed with satisfaction the fact of the bill on education and training, which is going to be presented to Parliament. I would like to understand whether in this draft bill is something on education, professional training in prison setting. During your presentation made reference to each, but I'd like to have additional details on it. Excellency, on the title, policy and conditions of detention, although there are no updates in the report you did during your presentation, to which we commend, would like to know what is the legal capacity in the 23 prisons in Botswana, and which today are registering overcrowding, as you said, over 4,000 inmates, and in these 4,483, I believe over 600 women. I'll get to those numbers. I would like to have some disaggregated data between inmates and detained, between children and women with children, because we have a number on detained women, which is not usually common in reports. We also like to commend the fact that there is a designation of an independent body to conduct visitations without previous warning to detention centers, and the government is under consultation to see whether it establishes an institution. Would this visitation committee be the mechanism that the Commission suggests to see prison issues? And I would like to have the constitution of this committee and its representatives. The Ombudsman exists for some years, and perhaps there's some data to be shared on the activities carried out by the Ombudsman Office. Mr. Head of Delegation, we also received allegations that Article 133 of the Penal Code allows for excessive detention, knowing that people are detained in abnormal circumstances. Would like to have more information on the pretrial detention mechanisms, the legal and functional mechanisms that may lead to complaints, that also may lead to reparations in case of violation of maximum detention time frames. Are there alternatives to detention? Perhaps Honorable Chair will pose the question in his mechanism, but I would like to know what is the number of detainees or inmates in the in death row. I had the pleasure to visiting Botswana in 2018, and even at the time we had no access to data, to such data, and which conditions of psychological support are given to such inmates. I'll move now to questions on equitative support, and I go to police, which is a matter that was raised. But I would like to get some information, which is on paragraph 45. The majority of requests sent to the Constitutional Review Commission, its own body, the base of support was that the abolition of body punishment led to disciplined behavior, but it was also suggested that the code should be altered to apply body punishment to women. Is there an explanation, especially for women, regarding such punishment? I would like to have some clarification regarding this. Honorable Chair, I'm out of time, and the remaining questions that I have, I'll send in writing to the Honorable Delegation so that during the exercise of responses, they can give additional responses. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you for being so precise. With the permission of other commissioners, I'd like to give the floor now to Honorable Commissioner Saranjai, who has to leave right after this interaction.
Very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I'd like to also join my colleagues to warmly welcome the delegation of Botswana to the African Commission, and in particular to the Republic of the Gambia, being the resident commissioner in the Gambia. It's really a pleasure to have you here. Mr. Chairperson, I also note, like Commissioner Derso, that most of the questions that we have, the supplementary questions, I listened attentively, and some of them had already been answered in terms of anticipating the questions that would be asked. But notwithstanding, I still have a few questions I would like to ask. But before asking the questions also, I will actually note with satisfaction and commendation that after a promotion mission in Botswana, Botswana became the 45th member state to ratify the Maputo Protocol, which came immediately after the promotion mission. It was an immediate result of that, and this is quite commendable. I'm also aware of the fact that the initial report on the Maputo is not yet due, because you have 2 years to prepare yourself to do the initial report, but to know that it's actually due this year. But I know you'll be reporting, it's part B of the African Commission report, so in the next reporting cycle, we expect to see your report under the Maputo Protocol. But I also note when you were doing your presentation, you mentioned that you'll be using the Maputo Protocol scorecard in preparing that report. Just to bring to your attention that we have a specific reporting guideline on the Maputo Protocol, and I have to ask you whether you are aware of that. And that is what you should be making reference to. And to say that we are ready to help you if you need any help or any assistance in the preparation of that report. But the first question I'll ask you, just as a follow-up to the question asked by my colleague, Honorable Commissioner Derso, is whether you are aware of the guidelines preparing reports under the Maputo Protocol. Of course, the Maputo Protocol, and also whether you are aware of the usefulness of the Maputo Protocol scorecard, which is the scorecard you have at the national level. We use to map your progress at the national level, but when you're reporting to us, you need to be familiar with our reporting guidelines. On the issue of equality and non-discrimination, I also note that you've given extensive feedback and all the efforts you've made in terms of the amendment of the Constitution, training of religious leaders, which are questions that we had for you, if responded to all of those. But I would like you to give more details of the efforts made in terms of raising awareness of the rights of women, particularly in rural communities. Just give more details. What kind of activities do you embark upon? And our efforts to also have a specific and dedicated law relating to equality, gender equality, beyond what you have in the Constitution. Yes, I think that we would like to know. In terms of access to justice and equal protection before the law, we also note efforts at legal aid, as you highlighted to us when you were doing your presentation, all the efforts on legal aid. I would like to provide us data, detailed data on assistance given to women, especially women from low-income background. You can have detailed data, because I don't think these can wait until the next reporting cycle. Will be acting about 3 years by now. And as I indicated to you when I came to Botswana, there's a lot that is going on in Botswana that we need to know, because the reporting mechanism is not only about finding out what you have done, but also using it as a best practice which we can share with other countries also. So we like to have the data. In terms of participation in political and decision-making processes, we commend you in terms of the fact that in the report and paragraph 25, in terms of the appointment of 4 women out of 6 as elected members of parliament, which is 67%. But we would like to know data on the number of women in parliament in total, so that it's not only about the appointment, which is the affirmative action, but the total number of women in parliament, and the general percentage of elected representatives of women in the National Assembly, at the local government, and at all levels, even at the level of the judiciary, the police, the armed forces, foreign services. We need to know the data and the statistics so that we can at least track that, so that by the time you report next time, you'll be just giving us an update on that. So if you can give us that will be very useful. And also the private sector, because sometimes we want to know what is happening in the private sector also, what is representation of women. In terms of protection of women from violence, we take note of initiatives at the national level to combat gender-based violence. But we'd like to know, apart from the initiatives you've given out, the data and the statistics on the work and achievements of the specialized squads that have been established. You have specialized squads, which is quite commendable because it's the way to go. This is what we actually recommend. But let's have the data and the statistics so that we know the kind of work that is ongoing. Because sometimes you can have the court, but because of the challenges we have in a socio-cultural context in Africa, you find the women don't come out. So what are the data? What is the data in terms of it? And we also want to know whether, talking about violence against women, Botswana is considering ratifying the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. We want to know when and whether you've signed and when do you want to ratify, because as you know, 7 countries have already signed. It was adopted in February, and we'd like Botswana to be one of the first countries to ratify. Steps taken to do that. Also, we take note in terms of elimination of harmful practices. In your report, you gave us feedback on harmful traditional practices, and we take note of all those practices that you've made. I don't want to repeat those because you've already responded to them when you are presenting. As Commissioner Deso said, you didn't present your report. You actually answered some of the questions that I'm sure the supplementary questions that you were given, which is a step in the right direction because you're being proactive. In terms of rights related to marriage, we'd like to know whether child marriage is explicitly criminalized in Botswana. And you provide information, if so, on attempts made to implement the law, because it's one thing to have the law, if at all, it's another thing to implement the law. And the only way we know you're implementing the law by having prosecutions and convictions or arrests and detention. So we want to know what is going on at the national level. The CFSOs have confirmed that Botswana's legal framework, even though it outlaws some of the restrictions in terms of child marriage, but in reality, it is happening. So we need to know what you're doing. So what are the concrete steps you have on the ground to combat the practice of child marriage and other customary and religious practices? And to find out whether you are aware of the joint general comment between the Commission and the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child on the ending child marriage in Africa, because we have specific recommendations there. So if you are aware, let us know, and whether you've taken into consideration the recommendation, and what steps are you taking to familiarize people at the national level with the joint general comment. I have other questions there, which we will give to you. I don't want to use up all the 7 minutes without getting to. We also have questions on economic, social, and cultural rights. But I would like to know the fact that in terms of maternal mortality, even though Botswana is doing very well, but more than twice the average for upper middle income countries. And this highlights the poor quality of peri, and postnatal care. What are the concrete measures being taken by the government of Botswana to address this challenge in terms of maternal mortality? Because it's an area that the Commission is very much interested in. That's why we're taking steps to prepare guidelines for states. What steps are you taking to do that? In terms of reproductive health rights, abortion rights, do you have the provision in the law for abortion based on where a woman has been assaulted, raped, incest in Botswana? And what are the provisions for abortion rights in Botswana? And I would like to know whether you're aware of Article 14, the general comment on Article 14. And if so, what steps have been taken to popularize and implement those? And we will share the other questions on right to health. With regard to right to peace, protection of women in armed conflict, we note the provisions of the Maputo Protocol, which provides that women should be actually, measures should be taken to reduce military expenditure significantly in favor of spending on social development in general and protection of women in particular. What steps and measures are being taken at the national level to ensure that reduce military expenditure and at least focus attention on areas that are more productive in terms of socio-economic rights? In terms of the right of especially protected persons, you've given us the information about vulnerable people, and women also part of that. But I'd like to know specifically what is the legal and institutional framework related to the protection of widows in Botswana, because we know on our customary law, you mentioned customary law, there are also challenges. Are there any restrictions on the right of inheritance of women in Botswana, in particular those that may be imposed by customary law? Also, you gave information about older women, so I wouldn't want to focus on that because you've already given information. Like I said, Chair, a lot of questions were already answered in the process of presentation. But to end by saying that I look forward to seeing your first report on the Maputo Protocol. But like Commissioner Deso, we don't want to wait until the next reporting cycle because it would have been overtaken by event because you'll be giving us outdated information. So when you provide your updated answers to us, either on Monday or later, we'd like to have the status quo as it is and we get the information. And I thank you very much and welcome you once more to the Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Ramiko Loengombo. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to first of all congratulate you the way in which you have been steering the ship since this afternoon. I'd also like to congratulate the government of Botswana and the minister who presented this report for the quality of the report. Ramikoy Lumbu is my name. I'm the special rapporteur on human rights defenders and reprisals and focal point on judicial independence in Africa. The questions that I'm going to ask will focus or center around those themes. The right of freedom of expression and meetings is enshrined in Article 13 of the Botswanan Constitution in paragraph 54. The report does not contain any substantial information on the implementation of the right to the freedom of association and the right to the freedom of a meeting in the Republic of Botswana. So what regime, what system is applied in the, is it a system, a declarative system, or registration system, or a approval system? The African Commission adopted guidelines on the freedom of expression in Africa and encourages state parties to take ownership in order to use them as a guide in drafting new laws relating to this right. My question is that, as the Republic of Botswana, bearing in mind this guideline, because you know about it, have they been taken into account in the institutional reform process? The Commission also adopted guidelines for maintenance of order in the assemblies. As the Republic of Botswana, is it aware of these guidelines for maintaining order in the assemblies? According to alleged sources, the law on the public order requires a police authorization to hold a meeting, and this requirement is used in practice to refuse the authorizations for peaceful meetings. My question is, as the government of Botswana, can it develop on these allegations that have been mentioned, because sources allege that the law on public order requires a police authorization for a meeting to be held? The fifth question, the government is free to provide clarification on awareness and raising and training that is provided to the police forces. Awareness raising and training activities provided to the police forces and other stakeholders on the standards on the right to peaceful meetings and the standards relating to the freedom of expression. I'm going to move on to another theme, the protection of human rights defenders. They play a pivotal role in protecting and promoting human rights. Against this backdrop, in 2017, the Commission recommended Botswana to adopt a specific law for the protection of human rights defenders. in addition to general protection that is provided to all citizens in Botswana, does the government of this country can it list the other specific measures that have been established to protect the rights of human rights defenders? I would also like to put a question to you on the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Do you plan someday to ratify the protocol to the African Charter on the African Court on Human and People's Rights? And especially, and this is the most important question, to ratify the declaration provided for in Article 34.6, Article 34.6, which accepts the jurisdiction of the court to receive cases submitted by NGOs that have observer status in the commission, and also by citizens, individuals of Botswana nationalities. And finally, Honorable Chairperson, and regarding the judicial independence theme, I have two small questions. What are the legal guarantees? What are the legal and institutional guarantees of the independence of justice in Botswana? The second question, what are the criteria for selecting and appointing bailies? These are the questions that I would like. I pray the government of Botswana to answer. Honorable Chair, I yield the floor. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for making us gain 2 minutes that was allotted to you. Now I'll give the floor to Honorable Solomon Desu.
Thank you very much, Chair. In my capacity as Chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights, I have the pleasure once again of welcoming you and welcoming your report and interacting with you. I am disadvantaged for the purpose of this interaction because I remember that we have posed questions during the previous reporting cycle with respect to the extractive industry sector. But there is one paragraph that is the last paragraph of this report, which says there is a need for capacity building to produce a national report on extractive industries. And it ends there. It doesn't tell us what kind of capacity is required in Botswana for the reporting of the implementation of Article 21 of the African Charter and Article 24 of the African Charter. It comes a little bit, if I may say, startling for me, given that Botswana is recognized as a country that is an example on the African continent for developing a system for the management of its natural resources in a way that actually prevented the resource curse phenomena that others on the African continent suffer from. So that's why I find it a little bit surprising that of all countries, it's Botswana that would have been able to come with pride to say, this is how we are doing it. But that's not what we are provided with. So, with that preliminary remark, I have a few questions, but I would like you really to give me your serious consideration for this preliminary point that I made. How is it that Botswana, a country that has set an example, unable to provide us with information on the management of on the governance system of its natural resources, and also implementation of Article 21 of the African Charter. I understand from my reading, as well as from some of the communications from the government of Botswana, including your new president, that there are concerns about declining revenues from minerals in Botswana. And given that Botswana depends heavily on mineral extraction, I would like to ask questions about what are the risks that Botswana faces as a result of this heavy dependence on minerals, and what efforts and policy initiatives are being considered and being pursued for reducing this risk and diversifying the sources, the economy of Botswana. The heavy dependence in Botswana is on diamond, and I recognize that there are efforts currently to diversify to other minerals, but if there are efforts to diversify beyond and above minerals, to diversify the economy beyond and above minerals. Botswana, from reports that I received, also opened 5 new metal-based mines in the past 5 years, not just in relation to diamond, but also others like copper. And I would like to get your feedback on the kind of steps that have been taken in terms of the legal process for the opening of these new mines in Botswana, and what kind of communities living in the area where these new mines have been opened, and whether or not there is a legal regime that actually provides for benefit sharing with those local communities. And what steps have you taken to avoid environmental and social costs as a result of the opening of these mines that local communities may face? Environmental and social costs of various kinds. If you can also kindly share with us in terms of the kind of legal regime that exists in Botswana to make information available to the public in terms of revenues received from the mining and extractive industries, in terms of how those revenue receipts have been utilized, and the considerations that is being given for future generations as far as the extraction of natural resources is concerned in Botswana. I also recognize that one of the ways in which Botswana can enhance value of minerals for national development is through value addition and beneficiation. There are efforts that I recognize that are being made to this end. If you can provide us specific, concrete examples towards enhancing value addition in the mining sector. I know there has been recent development around diamond, for creating conditions for cutting diamond in Botswana, but are there any other efforts to that end? And whether or not you are also developing local capacity, particularly technical capacity, for increasingly shifting away from international technical capacity for enhancing local ownership in the extractive industry sector. With respect to environment, for the new mines that have been opened in Botswana, have you conducted environmental impact assessment? And in conducting those environmental impact assessments for the new mines, have you involved local communities, civil society organizations, and ensured that their views and concerns have been adequately reflected in ahead of the operation of those mines? Have there been any displacement or relocation of local communities from those areas, expropriation of land that have affected local communities as a result of the opening of these new mines? We know and recognize from experience, including from Botswana, that mining has adverse effects on the environment. Can you provide us data in terms of the kind of negative spillover effects that the mining industry has on the environment in Botswana, including in terms of spoiling water sources, land, and affecting the ecosystem in Botswana? And I know that Botswana is going to host a summit on biodiversity next month. Can you also provide us data and statistics on the risks that Botswana faces with respect to biodiversity loss? With that, Chair, I wish to once again thank the delegation of Botswana for affording us the opportunity to engage in this interaction. I very much look forward to the next cycle in which we will have extensive provision of information in accordance with the state reporting guidelines on Articles 21 and 24 of the Charter. Thank you very much once again. More so because Botswana can share its experience with others. And I'm at your disposal as the chair of the working group to help you in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Derso. I would now give the floor to Honorable Mutford Mondega for 7 minutes.
And I too, like the commissioners who've spoken before me, I would like to welcome the minister's esteemed delegation to this dialogue, and I do appreciate the report that has been given. I must begin by saying that some of the questions indeed which I was said to ask have been dealt with. In particular, I want to mention the fact that to the protocols, I think Commissioner Deso has mentioned them. I won't repeat, but suffice to say that under this particular issue, we note the fact that the report informs that Botswana has adopted Vision 2036, which is a transformational blueprint aimed at transforming her from an upper middle income country to a high income country by 2036. That is according to paragraph 63. But the issues which I think are of concern is ratified, but with respect to paragraph 62, the question that I have is, does the Constitution of Botswana provide for economic, social, and cultural rights? Then is the Ombudsman / the National Human Rights Institution involved in issues pertaining to economic, social, and cultural rights. The question regarding the protocol, ratification of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security has been dealt with by Commissioner Deso. May I go to Article 14 of the African Charter, which is the right to property? I've got two questions there. The first one is that the delegation is invited to explain as to the extent to which the Botswana Spatial Plan 2036 and the revised national land policy strengthen the right to property implementation. The other question is, how is the government of Botswana tackling discriminatory practices inspired by customary laws relating to access to land, especially for women? Then the questions which I have regarding to the right to housing. The report does not contain substantial information on the right to housing. In respect of the right to housing, I've got 4 questions. Number one, what are the criteria for allocating houses to vulnerable people in Botswana? The other question is, are there any public-private partnership for the construction of housing to tackle the existing challenges in the implementation of the right to housing? The other question is, what initiatives has the Botswana authorities taken to face the problems of precarious housing? Lastly, under the right to housing, initiatives have been taken to improve the level of basic sanitation. I also have questions relating to the right to work under equitable conditions, which is Article 15 of the Charter. But the issues relating to the unemployment rates, you dealt with them, and I'm grateful to that. And it's the same thing to do with, you had provided some information on the levels of participation in the labor market. I want to ask a question about that. And the question I have is, what is the formal minimum age for unrestricted access to work? Then what are the government's efforts to address gender-based discrimination and sexual harassment at the workplace, non-adherence of employers to work hour law, safety and health standards, and minimum wage law? The other question is, what is the proportion of informal unemployment in Botswana? What measures have been taken by the authorities to extend social protection and social security to people working in this sector, especially domestic workers? And lastly, what measures have been taken to protect children, especially those from rural areas, from being subjected to forced child labor? I also have a question under Article 16, which is the right to health. What is a budget proportion in Botswana during the budget period that is against the Abuja Declaration, which requires that there should be 15% of the general state budget? Then with regards to the human resources allocated to health sector, the delegation is invited to provide information and data segregated by gender on the number of doctors in hospitals and health facilities and the ratio per capita. What efforts are being made by the government to address the following issues relating to implementation of the right to health? Access to health in rural and remote areas, access to high quality health care, adolescent pregnancy, and safe abortion and maternal and infantile mortality rates. Then there is also some questions to do with the right to education. And these are, is the right to education enshrined in the Constitution of Botswana? Is primary education free, compulsory, and universal in Botswana? Then is child registration for secondary, for school mandatory in Botswana? Are there any sanctions against parents or guardians in case of premeditated non-enrollment of children to school? what are the initiatives taken in order to improve the quality of education in general? And lastly, I've got a question to do with Article 22 of the African Charter, the one which relates to the right to economic, social, and cultural development. There's one question that I have for the esteemed delegation, which is that the delegation is invited to provide an update on the current poverty as well as the concrete measures aimed at tackling this issue. The esteemed delegation is again thanked for making this appearance at this gathering, and would appreciate if you gave us the answers to those questions which I have asked, as well as some of the questions which Commissioner Deso asked on the protocols which are yet to be ratified by Botswana. Thank you very much. Chair, I yield back the chair to you.
Je vous remercie, Honorable Commissioner.
Honorable Commissioner Mwandenga, I would now give the floor to Honorable Marie-Louise Abomo for 7 minutes. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to greet all participants, in particular to the delegation of Botswana. Delegation from Botswana, I would like to welcome you to this 85th ordinary session. I would interact with you on the rights of elderly people and people living with disability. The head of the delegation, when you made your presentations, you mentioned significant inroads on the rights of people living with disability. But then, that being the case, I would like to know whether in your constitutions there is a provision, is there a provision that protects this group of vulnerable people? We were dealing on policies on disabled people adopted by the Parliament in 2021. But I believe that with the legislation of 2024, you have made inroads, progress in that regard. So now, in that regard, can you give us statistics, data, broken down data on people living with disabilities? You talked about children, you gave us data about children. Can you give us a breakdown globally? And also, specifically, is there an action plan to protect people living with albinism in Botswana? Do you have specific measures to access to justice and redress for victims of multiple forms of discrimination based on disability? And what are the measures that you have taken to ensure that people living with disability participate to the decision-making process with respect to them? Because nothing can be done if they are not involved. We would also like to have information on the Botswana Federation of People Living with Disabilities and the Botswana Council for People Living with Disability. What are their mandates? What are their composition? And what did you do so that assistance given to move from a charitable measure to an approach based on their rights? And obviously, why have you not yet ratified the African Protocol on the Rights of People Living with Disabilities, which entered into force in 2024? With respect to elderly persons, I have the same question. In your constitution, do you have any provision that protects those individuals? You provided statistics on the elderly people. You said that 60% of women 60% rather, 60% of women made up these populations, and that 49% of elderly people have between 60 and 79 years. Can we have broken down statistics? What is the proportion of elderly people throughout the population? The Ministry of Health and Social Welfare of Botswana, with the support of the WHO, has started preparing its national strategic program on elderly people. Can the delegation share with us a review on the elaboration or the adoption or the implementation of the national program herein mentioned? Can you also provide us with information on the special policies that already exist, which specifically target elderly people? Do you have any figures to share with us in that regard? And furthermore, what are the efforts you put in place to support the education of elderly people in Botswana with a view to enhancing their access to information, their wherewithal to participate to development and community activities? You did talk about reading for elderly people. I did hear that, but what have you done concretely so that this group can participate in community activities? And finally, why did you not ratify the protocol on the rights of elderly people? This African protocol entered into force in 2024. I thank you, Chairperson, and I'll hand over the floor to you. Thank you, Commissioner Abomo. I would now request Commissioner Delso, with my thanks, to step in the shoes of Commissioner Topisono.
Sorry, Chair. I am back again on behalf of the Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information, Commissioner Girisha. Okay, all right, here we are. Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. On the right to receive information, the report informs that Section 12 of the Constitution guarantees protection of freedom of expression, but the right is not guaranteed in absolute, where a law in Botswana limits the freedom for purpose of protecting reputations, rights, and freedoms of other persons. Such a law shall not be regarded as infringing on freedom of expression, and this is specified in paragraph 53. The delegation is invited to provide an update on Botswana Communication Regulatory Authority, BOCRA, Act revision recommended in 2019. Does the regulatory authority play the role of independent and impartial oversight mechanism for the purpose of the promotion, monitoring, protection of right of access to information? What are the efforts in place to enhance access to information for people living in remote and rural areas, people with disabilities, and women? The delegation is invited to provide an update on the Media Practitioners Association Bill 2022 and how it regulates all journalists and media houses, including state-owned broadcasters. Sources indicate that the bill contains a provision making it obligatory for a journalist or media to be affiliated with a local organization, which is seen as discriminatory. The delegation is elaborated to give its reflections on this matter. Is the government of Botswana considering adopting a Freedom of Information Act, which reflects international best practice, as recommended by the Commission in 2019? On the right to freedom of expression, sources allege that domestic provisions may unduly restrict freedom of expression and access to information, such as the National Security Act, the Sedition Act, the Media Practitioners Act, the Cyber Crime and Related Crimes Act, Sections 90 to 91, 93, Sections 192 to 199 of the Penal Code, the Emergency Powers Act enacted during COVID-19. The delegation is accordingly invited to give its reflections on how these various laws restrict freedom of expression and access to information in Botswana. In 2019, the Commission recommended that Botswana should repeal criminal defamation laws in accordance with the Commission's resolution, Resolution 169, on repealing criminal defamation laws in Africa. The report informs that criminal defamation laws exist to balance the right to freedom of speech expression with the rights of the injured party. This is in paragraph 83. What are the main safeguards to prevent that Section 192 of the Penal Code implementation may encourage violations of the right to freedom of expression in Botswana? What are the concrete measures taken by the government of Botswana to ensure better respect for the freedom of expression, including on the internet, in the context of elections? On media diversity, the delegation is invited to provide data on the media landscape in Botswana. What are the measures taken to guarantee equal access to public advertising revenue for all media without discrimination? The report states that in 2022, the government promulgated Communications Regulatory Authority regulations which provide for issuance of commercial and non-commercial broadcasting licenses, the latter of which encompasses community radio stations, in paragraph 54. The delegation is invited to provide information on licenses that have been issued since 2022, following the promulgation of these regulatory authority regulations. On the safety of journalists, sources allege cases of undue government pressure, arrests, torture, and attacks against journalists, among other persons criticizing the government. What concrete measures have been taken by the government of Botswana to ensure effective protection of journalists as provided for in Resolution 468/2020 of the African Commission on the safety of journalists and media practitioners in Africa? Are there any specific measures to protect journalists during electoral campaigns, elections, and post-electoral context, particularly if you can provide us the experience from the 2024 elections? On the right to privacy, does Botswana have constitutional or legislative protection on the right to privacy? Given the various laws, including with respect to cybersecurity, what safeguards are in place to ensure the enjoyment of the right to privacy in the event of communications surveillance? What are the laws and mechanisms available in Botswana to protect personal information and data, particularly with regard to data processing? On freedom of expression and access to information on the internet, in the light of the fact that internet and social media shutdowns violate the right to freedom of expression and access to information, contrary to Article 9 of the African Charter, does the state have measures to ensure that the Information and Communications Technologies Authority doesn't require internet service providers to shut down the internet? What measures has the government of Botswana taken to ensure the use of AI doesn't violate human and people's rights? These are the questions from the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I will now give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Lita Musini Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I too would like to once again join my colleagues, commissioners, to welcome the minister from Botswana and for the presentation that is done. I also would like to convey my afternoon greetings to you, Chair, the commissioners, and the delegates. Chair, I would like to start by expressing the satisfaction of the indigenous communities mandate holder. On the report that we've just heard here, which demonstrates the great sensitivity the current administration of Botswana has to indigenous people, as demonstrated by His Excellency the President himself, by making sure that an indigenous leader who died previously and had not been buried was given a decent burial. We wish to convey our thanks and congratulations to the President for making this important move, because it both fulfills the final wishes of the traditional leader, appeals to his ancestors and his community, as well as giving indigenous identity to the indigenous people in Botswana. Secondly, we are aware that the UN Special Rapporteur for Indigenous People has just completed a comprehensive tour in Botswana, and we welcome that being welcoming to the delegations that are looking at indigenous people, because, Minister, we are at a crossroad. There are some delegations that are not sure about who indigenous people are, and for those, I normally read the definition. But from Botswana, I have decided I don't have to read the definition, because I think you are one of the countries that is providing very good example in understanding that not all of us are at the same page, that indigenous people exist in all our countries, and because they migrate from country to country, some of our countries say we don't have indigenous people. So when they come back, then they are faced with challenges. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. The second one is to learn that Botswana has preserved its traditional judicial Setswana cultural practice of a legal system that is African by nature, and that is able to deal with traditional issues, conflict resolution, and to congest the courts. This is very similar to what we found in the Kingdom of Eswatini, and we encourage you to document this because that can be one way of decongesting our courts, where African traditional approach to dealing with matters can be used to deal with our challenges. Having said that, Honorable Minister, in 2019, the Commission recommended that Botswana prioritizes the collection of data specific to Basarwa people in order to strengthen the provision of essential public services to this minority group. The report informs that the state party has not yet done so, and given the current dispensation, we would like to ask you, your office, to make sure that this community, the data is collected, and we have a very strong proposal that in Botswana can include indigenous people and minorities during its next census. Then this will give you the data that we are looking for. And so from capturing them in the census would help you moving forward to know where the indigenous people are, to have an idea of what services they require and how to reach them. Furthermore, sources inform us that although Botswana voted in favor and adopted the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People, the indigenous peoples of the country had not been recognized by the previous government. So we hope now you are going to also reverse this at the UN level. Sources also inform that restrictions previously imposed by the previous government on former residents of the Central Kalahari Game Reserve, including who were not applicants in Royce Sasana and others' case. We believe that this is now a former position and you will be able to look at this matter. We would like to say that the current indigenous-friendly government is invited to respond to just a few observations. The Commission would like to know if there are any legal or administrative frameworks that now specifically recognize and protect the rights of indigenous people, communities, and national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, including the right to own, use, control, and manage ancestral land. We recognize that marginalization that indigenous persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic people. And in this context, we would like to know if Botswana is also paying attention to minorities now that it has taken a step on dealing with indigenous people. In this context, the Commission received allegations that languages other than English and Setswana are prohibited in broadcasting, private printed media, and private radio stations. And members of minorities who do not speak either English or Setswana are not eligible to be elected to the National Assembly. The delegation is invited to respond to this allegation. And we would like to ask if the government has put in place any laws or measures to raise awareness and redress any injustices or inequalities in affecting minorities, particularly persons belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Are there any political quotas for people belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in access to public and other civil service jobs to enhance their political participation where appropriate? And have you now opened this space for indigenous people in the current dispensation? What strategies are in place to improve access to basic services, particularly education for the indigenous and minority people in Botswana, as well as access to health and other public services? Having finished with the questions on indigenous people, Honorable Minister, allow me now to move to the second mandate, and that is on the protection of rights of people living with HIV and AIDS. The report under review informs us that HIV is prevalence among adults between 15 and 64 years old has increased from 18.5% in 2013 to 20.8% in 2021, and attributes this to longer survival of people living with HIV and AIDS and the success of the MASA National Antiretroviral Treatment Program. The Commission takes note that Botswana has already surpassed the 95-95-95 global AIDS targets and has achieved the World Health Organization's Silver Tier Award for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission. That is paragraph 73. The Commission also notes that the following programs have been put in place. Program to address key and vulnerable populations, the 2021 hotspot mapping exercise to estimate KP size, the involvement of civil society organizations as well as faith-based community leaders, the second National Condom Strategy 2020-2023, the broad-based stigma and discrimination reduction approach, the determined, resilient, empowered, aid-free, mentored, and safe initiative or DREAMS. And so the Commission commends Botswana for this and is invited to present a summary of the key achievements under the 6 initiatives that I've just read, and also would like to find out the main findings of the 5th Botswana AIDS Impact Survey, or BIAS 5, done in 2021. The Commission noted that in Botswana, key population programming was previously supported by the USAID, United States International Agency for Development, and would like to find out from this delegation to explain to what extent the recent shutdown of the US funding will affect the national efforts in combating HIV and AIDS, and what alternative measures is the government putting in place to close that gap. Given the disproportionate spread of HIV/AIDS between men and women, the delegation is invited to provide disaggregated information about HIV/AIDS prevalence evolution during the reporting period in the general population. The delegation is also invited to provide prevalence in prisons and correctional services or institutions. What targeted HIV interventions in particular have been put in place in prisons and correctional services that the government has implemented? With regard to discrimination against people living with HIV and AIDS, the delegation is invited to provide concrete examples on other measures to address the negative effects of the stigma faced by persons living with HIV and AIDS. In a recent mission to the SADC region, the Commission came across cases of forced sterilization of women with HIV and AIDS. We would like to find out if this has been the case in Botswana, and if there are any legislative or policy measures that criminalize forced sterilization of people with HIV and AIDS without their free, prior, and informed consent, as well as intentional, deliberate transmission of HIV/AIDS in Botswana. The report under review covers a period when COVID-19 pandemic was a global problem and led to significant change in the delivery of services worldwide. Health inequalities were experienced, and consequences of this affected people living with HIV and AIDS at risk and those vulnerable. So our question to Botswana is, what was the impact of COVID-19 on people living with HIV and AIDS, and did the pandemic affect the provision of services, including the accessibility of antiretroviral drugs by people living with HIV/AIDS at risk and vulnerable? Honorable Minister, these are the few questions that I would like to pose to you. I thank you and yield the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I now give the floor to Commissioner Selba Sassi-Safir for 7 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. ladies and gentlemen, members of the delegation of the Republic of Botswana, allow me, just like my colleagues, to welcome you and to commend you for the presentation of your periodic report, the combined periodic report. Allow me to ask you some questions, some concerns of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights pertaining to my mandate that as a special rapporteur on asylum seekers, refugees, displaced persons, and migrants. We do notice, first of all, that your report does not contain any information pertaining to this category. But however, I thank you for providing some information during your oral presentation. I'll start with the first category, that is refugees and asylum seekers. Your report indicates that your country has ratified the AU Convention of '69 on refugees and also the 1951 Convention of the UN on refugees with reservations. My question is, does the government of Botswana plan to lift the reservations on these conventions on Article 17 regarding labor and 26 on the freedom of movement, and also Article 32 on irregular situation of refugees, and Article 34 and paragraph 1 of Article 12 of that convention. And this in order to help implement fully this convention. You are also kindly requested to react. Are you aware of Resolution 565 adopted by the African Commission in 2023 pertaining to the inclusion of refugees and asylum seekers stateless in the socio-economic system, and as well as other social services. In addition to Act 1968 that you mentioned in your oral presentation, are there other provisions and other institutions in Botswana that protect refugees and asylum seekers? In 2015, the government of Botswana announced its intention to review and revise the 1968 Act on the recognition and control of refugees, and the main legislation that governs this. Now, the delegation is kindly requested to provide information on this process. What are the major amendments that have been proposed, and is this draft or bill plans to integrate these refugees as it exists in the 1969 Convention of the African Union, and the principle of non-refoulement, that is the deportation of refugees, will be included in that revision. Furthermore, there are sources that state that Botswana maintain a strict policy, although not written, of detaining in the Okwi camp, and this is an obstacle to the freedom of movement and installation of or settlement of the refugees, like, for example, education, health, and also labor, to ensure their independence. So the delegation is kindly requested to react to those claims. Now, the head of delegation, Honorable Minister, you underscored in your presentation that recently your Minister of Justice, I believe, has announced the decision of the government of Botswana to relocate asylum seekers who have been removed and were detained at the Francistown camp to the refugee camp of Okwi. We do commend your government for this progress. We would like to draw your attention to the fact that there are some NGOs and also some United Nations mechanism For example, the working group on arbitrary detentions, the protracted detention, they have noticed that at the Franciscan camp, the asylum seekers for refugee status was refused, indicating that half of them are children and there is sexual violence committed against minors. And it is also stated in that report in that camp. So the delegation is kindly requested to provide clarifications on these allegations. According to ICRC, UNHCR, Botswana is one of the countries of Southern Africa that are confronted with the situation of refugees or long-term refugees. What are the measures then taken by Botswana in order to remedy such a situation? And do you would like to share with us your experience in this regard? Now I move on to the category of internally displaced persons. This question has been put to you by the country rapporteur. I would just like to ask you, does Botswana plan to ratify the Kampala Convention on Internal Displaced Persons? As for the impact of climate change and also drought that affect Botswana, what are the concrete measures taken by the government to remedy and put an end to internally displaced persons as a result of climate change? Now I move to the issue concerning migrants. Does the government of Botswana plan to ratify the United Nations Convention on the protection of the rights of working migrants and their families? We would like the delegation also to provide us with updated information on the legislative framework that governs the situation of migrants. Has the government also taken note of the guidelines of the African Union regarding the human rights of all migrants, whether they are refugees or asylum seekers in Africa? Botswana has learned in 2021 during the World Forum on Refugees has made a commitment to make reforms on the situation of migrants and also citizenship. We would like the delegation to provide us concrete measures taken in order to fulfill the commitment just mentioned. After its submission in July 2022 in Botswana, and the visit once again of the Franciscan camp for irregular migrants, the working group of the United Nations on arbitrary detention has expressed its concerns regarding policies on the detention of migrants in Botswana, and that those policies are implemented automatically, not institutionally, as recommended under international standards. And the working groups also stated that more than half of these people were children, and other sources indicate that children under detention are separated from their parents without any family link with them. So the delegation is kindly requested to react to these allegations. And move on to the last part of my host of questions regarding statelessness. It is stated in your report that Botswana has ratified the Convention on the status of stateless persons of 1954. However, with some reservation on Article 31. We would like to know then if the government of Botswana plans to lift that reservation, which states that stateless person can have status that is similar to other foreigners. As for the international forum, Botswana made a comment to the Convention of the United Nations in 1961 concerning the Convention of Stateless Persons and to come up with a reform on citizenship and to conduct a qualitative study on statelessness in Botswana. So the delegation is kindly requested to provide clarifications on that process. which is embarked upon to ensure that these commitments are respected and observed. The authorities of Botswana, do they plan, do they provide ID cards to these stateless persons so that they can have access to public services? Are women allowed and authorized to transfer their nationality to children as well as to their husbands? Does the law in Botswana allow dual citizenship? So, Mr. Chair, I would like to recall that the African Union adopted in 2024 a protocol of the African to the African Charter on Human Rights pertaining to the rights of and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. So we would like to know if the government of Botswana plans to ratify this instrument, this protocol, so as to remedy to this legal vacuum that exists in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Thank you, Honorable Sasi. Now I'll give the floor to the Honorable Vice President Assam Said. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. In my turn, I wish the Honorable Minister and his delegation, I welcome them to the Commission. Now I will have a dialogue. I will dialogue with my people, my brothers from Botswana under my mandate, that is the prevention of torture in Africa. We all know that Botswana Convention on Prevention of 2000. In your report, it is indicated that 7 of the Constitution of Botswana prohibits torture and however, punishment are constitutional in Botswana in line with Article 7.2 of the Constitution that says that punishment inflicted under the law should not be considered to be incompatible with inhuman treatment. Article 27 of the Penal Code also outlines corporal punishment as one of the punishments under the Constitution. So Article provides for corporal punishment. So in this regard, I would like to indicate that the Committee of Experts on the Welfare of the Children noted in that in 23 that corporal punishment is common in the penal system and the educational system and the family environment, and have requested the government to ban it. So I would like to ask 2 questions in this regard. Does your government plan to modify or amend paragraph 2 of Article 7 of the Constitution in order to give a definition of torture that is in line with the Robben Island direct guidelines? Does the plan also plan to adopt a specific ban on the prevention of ban as recommended by the Commission in 2019? We now move on to the chapter concerning the prevention of torture. In your report, you indicate that in Botswana they all plan to adhere to the optional protocol regarding the prevention of torture. I refer to Article 37. Your delegation is kindly requested to explain to us the ratification process of OPCAT. The Ombudsman, does it participate in the prevention of torture in Botswana? What are the major achievements in this regard? Are there adequate resources to ensure unconditional access to detention areas for him to carry out his mandate with regard to torture prevention? What are your position regarding the recommendations submitted by the mediator in this regard? As for recommendation concerning torture in general, the information, because the investigation conducted by the authorities of Botswana on the cases of torture and the condemnation of police agents or law enforcement agents have been looked into as for assistance to the victims. In Botswana, there are specific measures designed to provide free legal assistance to the victims of torture and related activities. The government is then kindly requested to provide the measures provided to taken to provide the preparations to the victims of torture according to Resolution 303 on the rehabilitation of the victims of torture. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I return the floor back to you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, I would like to now close this series of questions as part of the convention, this discussion we have had this afternoon. I will now discuss with you issues relating to my mandate, that is death penalty, extrajudicial killings, and enforced disappearances. I would like to state that mainly regarding the death penalty, you have given responses to the answers. So you've provided answers to the questions I sent to you. You've stated that the death penalty exists in your legislation, in your laws, and that executions are current and are taking place. So which means that there is no moratorium in de facto or and de jure moratorium, and you have provided statistics on the implementation of the death penalty depending on the figures. And those figures, you said there are 33 persons sentenced to death right now, and 18 are on the death roll, and 9 executions have taken place. 9 persons have been executed. You've also stated that 6 persons sentenced have been committed. Their sentence have been committed from death penalty to life imprisonment. My question is that Botswana today has plans to implement or introduce a moratorium on the death penalty as requested by our commission since 2018. Are you planning to introduce a moratorium? You've also stated based on our question, yes, the people sentenced to death are informed of the date of their execution, but that information is not given to their families, and the bodies of the executed persons are not handed over to their families for inhumation. Is this a simple practice, or is there a specific law that prohibits the transfer of the bodies of the executed person to their families? If there is a law, are you ready to modify this law so as to allow the families of these executed persons to bury them according to their traditions? Because this is very important, because this helps to establish an ad memoriam link with those persons. Does your government plan to make these adjustments or these amendments in the law, and are you ready to do so? You have also stated that there are some offenses or crimes that are liable to obligatory or mandatory death penalty, and there is a decree of the African Court on Human Rights. I know that Botswana has not ratified the Ouagadougou Protocol, but but this convention says that obligatory or mandatory death category violate the rights guaranteed under the Charter. And there is something else I would like to share with you regarding the victims of this execution, those of the death penalty. You said that the death penalty is executed through hanging, and there is no other form. So on this, regarding this, is to consider or reconsider hanging because of the inhuman punishment that is inflicted on the person, because this is the doctrine of our working group, because it violates, prevents the violation of this right. Do you plan to introduce other modes of execution to introduce in your legislation? I have noticed something positive on this that I would like to share with you on this particular issue. That you see today, the new government, your new government, is ensuring that the death penalty is not a taboo, because the discussion in society is taking place in this regard. There are many, there is dialogue and discussion in radio programs in which the government participates. I would like to encourage you to definitely continue with this, because we want this issue to mature and then lead to some progress in this regard. And I will conclude with this, that there are studies ordered by the government on this issue of the death penalty. I would like to state and indicate to you our willingness to cooperate with that working group of your government. Now I move on to the issues.
Now, with regard to enforced disappearance, I'd like to know if your government plans to ratify the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons Against Enforced Disappearances. The second question is to know, are you aware of the guidelines developed by our Commission since 2022 for the protection of all persons against enforced disappearances? If yes, are you ready to take measures to popularize those guidelines? I also like to ask you if enforced disappearance is an autonomous offense in your legislation. If that's not the case, are you ready to go in that light? For extrajudicial killings, did you have concerning cases of extrajudicial killings that involved forces of defense and security? Those are the few questions I wanted to ask you, by reiterating my gratitude. Honorable Minister, we established a convention for about 3 hours now, which shows the interest of we have in your report. In our normal procedure, we have to allow you to withdraw and you take the time and then look at all the questions and then come back later for a time that will provide, so that you can provide answers to those questions. But if you want to make a statement right now, our commission is all ears and ready to listen to you. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Republic of Botswana, I want to raise these few points that I want to assure the commissioners, the chairperson, that we've taken your comments, your recommendations very serious, and we'll commit that we'll make sure that we provide formal response to the questions that you have raised. And we also want to assure you that going forward, we're going to make some improvements in terms of the reporting templates. We do acknowledge that the first report, there were some omissions in terms of the process that we followed, but after having learned that we need to follow the African Charter, that is why in the statement that I provided, you will note that there are a lot of details that you will be finding in the reports addressing most of the questions that you have raised. And as I have said, Honorable Chairperson, some of the issues that have been raised here, you will note that as a country, we have done a lot of good work. And I hasten to note that we are a new government that is focusing or branding itself as a human rights-centric government. And we have done a lot of work in terms of some of the issues that have been raised. For example, the issue around detention in Dukwi. The commissioner was raising that they have got information that we are putting people in a detention center, but as I have said, even if you go to Botswana now, you will never find anyone of those rejected asylum seekers in prison because we've taken them out. And when you go to Dukwi Refugee Management Camp, there are no restrictions. The free movement of the asylum seekers. And one of the things also that we have taken positively as a government is to bring these people as part of national development, the refugees and asylum seekers. We currently having plans to make sure that we assist. But as I said, we'll provide details, updates. There are a lot of issues that have been raised by the commissioners. I just want to assure you that we'll make sure that we do a lot of work in terms of due diligence to provide this, because some of the responses will need to make sure that we consult with the other colleagues back home before we can respond. But I can assure you that we'll make sure that we meet the requirement in terms of the 30 days to bring back this information. And on behalf of this delegation, Honorable Chairperson and Commissioners, I want to thank you for having given us this opportunity to interact with yourselves.
Thank you.
Nous vous remercions, Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Commission is ready to receive you tomorrow between 4 and 5:30, so that we can get the responses that are already ready, and then later you can provide the written responses. I can allow you to withdraw now. Thank you. This brings an end to agenda item 8 of our program for today. The presentation of activity before I reopen item 8, call on Zimbabwe to take the floor for 7 minutes maximum. It's a right of response that was submitted to Zimbabwe. You have the floor for 7 minutes.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe acknowledges the statements presented by civil society organizations on various areas related to the human rights situation in the country. We maintain our steadfast commitment to human rights and fulfilling our obligations under the African Charter. Chairperson, we reject general claims of a decline in political rights. Accountability for human rights abuses is a core principle of Zimbabwean law. Authorities investigate all reported cases, and the rule of law guides all law enforcement and judiciary actions. The establishment of the Zimbabwe Independent Complaints Commission directly reinforces this commitment. The Commission provides an effective independent mechanism to investigate public complaints about misconduct by security forces. It issues recommendations for persecution or disciplinary action, thereby promoting transparency. Freedom of expression remains constitutionally guaranteed. Law enforcement actions against any person relate strictly to violations of national law. Zimbabwe maintains a vibrant civic space and encourages lawful assembly. Chairperson, The government addresses public health challenges, including the recent cholera outbreaks, through extensive mitigation and restoration programs. The crisis of substance abuse among youth is a serious national concern. The government is taking decisive action through the Zimbabwe Multi-Sectoral Drug and Substance Abuse Plan. This comprehensive strategy focuses on supply reduction, demand reduction, harm reduction, treatment, and community reintegration. Additionally, the government is currently in the process of establishing a drug and substance control enforcement agency through the National Drug and Substance Control and Enforcement Agency Bill, which is before Parliament. Dialogue continues with employee representatives to resolve industrial action by lecturers. The government is working to resolve wage disputes while ensuring minimal disruption to the academic calendar. It will be noted that the President, Dr. Mnangagwa, currently approved a new salary structure, marking a significant step towards improving the financial welfare of university lecturers and staff. On environmental matters, the Environmental Management Agency enforces rigorous standards. The recent finding of a mining company demonstrates our commitments to persecuting violations of environmental impact assessments. Chairperson, the government is dedicated to the welfare of all citizens, including those residing in marginalized and remote areas, which include the Doma and the San communities. We do not recognize any specific group as indigenous people and maintain that all citizens of Zimbabwe are true native inhabitants of Zimbabwe. This inclusive stance ensures equal treatment of all under the law. We consider the San and Doma people to be valued members of our community, designated as marginalized communities. The government remains committed to ensuring meaningful participation of all affected communities in decisions regarding land governance and natural resource exploitation. We strive to balance conservation efforts with community livelihoods and uphold the principles of prior enforced consent. The government actively works to provide legal identity documents for all citizens, addressing a key barrier to accessing fundamental services for these groups. Chairperson, Zimbabwe remains open to constructive engagement with civil society organizations and the African Commission. We are systematically reviewing the recommendations of the Commission, the UN Rights Committee, and the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. These recommendations guide our policy development. Chairperson, on 25 October, it was SADC Anti-Sanctions Day. SADC uses this day to collectively call for the unconditional lifting of prolonged illegal sanctions that affect Zimbabwe. The government appreciates the support of the Commission through Resolution 610, which explicitly recognized the severe economic downturn caused by sanctions. The resolution also urged the international community to lift all sanctions to enable citizens to fully enjoy their human rights. It also reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to supporting the SADC and the people of Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe calls upon the international community to yield to this appeal by the Commission. We urge the immediate removal of all sanctions remaining on Zimbabwe. In conclusion, Chairperson, the government of Zimbabwe reaffirms its unwavering dedication to the well-being of all people of Zimbabwe. We continue and we welcome continued partnership with the Commission, civil society organizations, and all stakeholders in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate. The Commission takes due note of your statement and will reply. Now, I'm not going to start with the last agenda for today. That's Agenda 8, the presentation of intercession of members of the Commission. We're going to listen to Honorable Commissioner Remy Goy Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission. I'd like to, is the outgoing chairperson, I'd like to express his gratitude and my gratitude and thanks. Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, I'd like to thank you for the occasion to present this two joint report. With your permission, I'm going to start with the report. As a special rapporteur on human rights defenders, we regularly present this report in accordance with Article 25(3) and 64 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. It is subdivided into five main parts. The first part that relates to the activities of judicial independence. We intervene. This time around, it also deals with, in the second part, some countries like Algeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Togo. In the third part, we present or we share the activities conducted as in our capacity as special rapporteur of human rights defenders. The focal point on reprisals. The fourth part is a rapid analysis of the situation of human rights defenders on our continent, and the last part that comprises recommendations. I would like to mention right away that this report is available on the website. Maybe it wouldn't be necessary to read it, even though I never read. I'm going to go to the essentials, go to the prominent aspects so that we can gain time. So as regards the first part, the report mentions that we have relating to the mandate of the focal point on judicial independence. It mentions that we send an urgent appeal letter on allegations that we received relating to the dissolution of trade unions in the justice sector and the dismissal of two senior magistrates from the Autonomous Union of Magistrates in Niger. And so against this backdrop, you also see that we took part in a meeting launching meeting of the technical team responsible for drafting a general comment on Article 26 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. A very important meeting because we are working in collaboration with the court, and we held this meeting in Dar es Salaam. I was there personally to chair the meeting. The details of this important meeting on this general observation on Article 26 is in the report. We also try to present and see the situation of judicial independence in Africa. We tried to flesh it out a little bit, and we are bothered about the fact that in some countries in Africa, the Ombudsman institution, there are countries in Africa in which the Ombudsman institution has an oversight over the judicial sector, including the umbrella jurisdiction, especially the Constitutional Court. These are issues that we're going to monitor because the situation varies according to countries. Like we always do, we have the outcomes and then we have recommendations. With regard to activities as a country reporter, we mention in paragraph 19, paragraph 22, some activities that we conducted concerning some governments, especially the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. It was a joint letter that we signed together with Commissioner Garisha Topsy-Sono, and we sent this appeal letter to high authorities of that country concerning the blocking of the Repost International website in Nigeria. On this occasion, we reminded the Nigerian state of the importance of refraining from any form of interference with non-governmental organizations working to promote human rights in the country. We also sent an urgent appeal letter to the Cameroon authorities, and this concerned allegations of violations of human rights in terms of harassment, intimidation perpetrated against opposition leader in this country. But the situation has improved greatly in Cameroon regard to this specific situation, which didn't get any received response. We are discussing with the legislation in place. We also sent an urgent appeal letters to the Togolese government as regards the activities that we have carried out as the special rapporteur on human rights defenders. We mentioned that there was a press release on allegations of excessive use of force against peaceful demonstrators in the Republic of Kenya, and I think we conducted this activity with other commissioners because it involved so many special mechanisms. We also came up with a joint declaration for the protection of the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly, association, and association against criminalization in a context of intensifying existential threat. We have this under paragraph 28 and 29. We also, like we have been doing over the previous years, we have some ongoing work now that we have more time. I think that in 2026 we'll be able to represent before this August session the mission that you're interested with, the African Declaration on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights Defenders in Africa. An African Declaration on this work is ongoing. Like I said, we have time on our hands to totally devote ourselves to this issue. With regard to protection activities, the general appeals response of states that arrived, and under part 4, we make an analysis of the situation of human rights defenders in Africa, on the freedom of association, freedom of meeting, and the issue of reprisals and freedom of assembly. Rather, we expect a report on reprisal, and we have been doing so since 2017. So this report has never been, and since I arrived at the commission, we cannot publish something that has not been published. I'm trying to publish something that has never been published, so we have to appreciate these efforts. And when I held a side event with a few NGOs that were prodding elements on reprisals on the system, United Nations systems, and they do not provide anything on the African system. And I told them on the, and some of them promised to provide us with that data that we also badly need to be able to draft an old report. The problem is that the NGOs, there were NGOs that felt that they could write that report, and that was endorsed by the special rapporteur. Said that will be written by the special rapporteur in his own writing from the first and the line, regardless of how much time it was going to take, and that for the respect of our organs out of respect of our organs and institutions, we'll continue to collect data, and this report will be made available. This is one of the reports on the defenders, one of the slimmest report of my defenders. And I know why it's so thin, because I didn't have enough time. So the next report will be more voluminous. Honorable Commissioner, I've made a very quick. I also like to say something about my report, my end of mandate report as chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the outgoing chairperson, because this report is also available. We can spare you so many parts of this report and only present the second part. The second part, which is a synopsis of the past 6 years, the 6 years that I spent at the helm of your institution. I think the time to make an assessment of our chairship has come, and before I start this report, I'd like to thank all the members of the Commission and all the colleagues for the 6 years spent as a bureau at the helm of our institution, then 4 years of chairship and 2 years of vice chairship. These years were, for me, a real training opportunity and a very unique opportunity. I'd like to thank our dynamic secretariat and its members of staff who are always dedicated to the Commission to provide their support. I'd like to mention Mrs. Lindewe Kumalo, Mrs. Abiola Idojo, Esther, and Anita Babona, with whom I worked directly during my term. So this synopsis of my term of office is divided into 2 parts. The first part on the positive aspects, and another part on areas that are of concern that I'm going to bequeath to the new commissioner, the chairperson, and the new bureau. They will continue with this fight. Among the positive elements of the 6 years, the first, the revamping and the finalization of the process of complementarity between the Commission and the African Court as imposed by Article 5 of the protocol establishing the court. This work started under the leadership of President Imani Aboud and was finalized under the presidency of Modibo Sako with the support of the commissioners and the judges. But the effort actually started before I arrived at the Commission in 2017. When I was concluding this report, some of them have. I was surprised that even the former commissioners that started this work a long time ago, and most questions that were actually blocking us, the most arguments that we're advancing today. So there were challenges faced by the former judges and commissioners. Second, I would also like to mention among the positive aspects is the promotion of the concept of multilateral complementarity. I finished with the first between the complementarity between us and the court, which is the institutional complementarity. I'm talking now about the multilateral complementarity to show that our institution, the African Commission, as a main organ of protecting and promoting human rights, wanted to create interfaces, bridges with other organs of protecting and promoting human rights, especially the African Union Commission. It also have a complementarity at this level. The committee, the permanent representative committee, the CPS, the Pan-African Parliament, the Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and other organs that I didn't mention.
Here, I signed, I did not break the record, but a lot of MOUs with all the above organs to support this multilateral advocacy, because the Commission has to open to other organs. It did not stop there. We also made efforts to decentralize this organ when it comes to other international partners. The third positive element is the modeling and finalizations of the format for the Commissioner's ordinary sessions. I was lucky enough, I'm not only the one, I was lucky to have finalized the modeling and finalizations of the format for the Commission's ordinary sessions by working not only on participation, but also on inclusivity. Today in Africa, we have a stable model based on 4 pillars, namely the NGO Forum, the NHRI Forum, the Forum of States that we already supported. We are not saying that we are the authors of those fora, but then we supported, concluded, and finalized these fora so that today we have a 4-based model made up of the 4 sectors which prepare our ordinary sessions. And I am happy for finalizing that. I would also talk about the opening up of the Commission at the international level. We have worked at length on it, and the Commission for the first time has convened benchmarking missions with 2 visits that we made to Washington at the after American Commission, and then France at the European Court of Human Rights. I believe this is an important finalization. I would also like to indicate this is number 5, the positive element, number 5, the legal security, in brackets, title deed of the site where the future headquarters of the African Commission would be erected. And this legal security, once again, we would like to express the thanks of the commissioners to the President of the Republic, His Excellency Adama Barrow, and his government. But then we will not stop there, because we have a site, we have a title deed, but then this is not the headquarters, because we cannot work there in the open air, even if we have a title deed. We have to build the headquarters. 6th positive element, the allocation of land in Dodoma to the African Commission. Well, this was really unexpected, and we obtained land that we accepted to take. We never refused this, and we informed the authorities of Addis Ababa that henceforth the Commission has 2 plots of land here in Banjul, but also in Dodoma. And in that regard, we would like to thank the President of the Republic of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, who gave us this piece of land, just like she did for other institutions, the court and other organs. There is a whole neighborhood that was reserved and given to a lot of organs. 7th positive element is the conduct and completion of 2 important investigations in accordance with the provisions of Article 58 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, namely the Committee of Inquiry on the situation in Tigray, Ethiopia. I am always moved by what transpired in this country, but then we do hope that one day when the Commission would decide, we would take a positive attitude for the disclosure of this report, because we are waiting for the ideal momentum for this report to be disclosed and be part of the work of the transitional justice which are still expected in Ethiopia. When the Commission so decides, this report will be disclosed in line with the discussions that we had with the government of the time. But then the work has already been concluded. We have already finalized it. On the contrary, the Committee of Inquiry on the situations in Sudan led under my mandate, and here I would like to say that on Sudan, I don't have much to say. You have had the fact-finding mission on Sudan, and this was presented for the report. And once again, I would like to reiterate my thanks for the conduct of this work, as well as the commissioners who supported. I don't have much to say. We have already made a communications on this report. So, however, there is need to indicate the original nature of this report. For item number 8, I did so yesterday when Commissioner Abomo was presenting this report, the advocacy she did, and which led to the ratification of 2 conventions in less than 3 years. This is positive in itself, even though it is success of a special mechanism. But as chair, we also contributed modestly, and we believe that these are part of the positive elements. There is also item number 9, harmonization of relationship between the body of commissioners and the secretariat. I did say so because 10 years ago, this report was extremely conflictual between the commissioners and the secretariat. Today, they are positive and have improved because at the end of the day, we inherited conflicts from the past. We have understood where the problem lies, and we have tried to avoid the conflict between us and the secretariat by trying to respect the red lines and also the texts that govern govern the activities of our institution. Reduction in the backlog of communications, we have worked on this as well, but we should acknowledge that this effort started when Commissioner Derso was the chair and I was the vice chair. We have continued with the same effort to reduce the backlog of communications, and we have worked at length. Since I was vice chair, I maintained the same thinking in the 5 years that I was chair, and the backlog of communications have been reduced significantly. Then item number 11, and here this has not been ratified universally, we underscore efforts being made to maintain discussions, permanent consultations with the Kingdom of Morocco so that it can join the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and in that regard, discussions have made progress. We went on 2 occasions to this country. We interacted with all the national stakeholders, the Senate, the Parliament, the institutions, the ministries, the line ministries. And I believe that this case has evolved. And internally, we are working for the last decisions that will be taken by the institutions. What I have always said is that this is a work in progress. We have to give them time. It is a progressive approach that we want to have. And maybe one fine day, well, this is an idea that came to my mind even before getting to the ratification. Maybe one fine day, we would be able to admit them as observers. You know, there are some states that are observers at the level of international organizations. This is possible, but in the meantime, discussions have grown significantly so that there will be a ratification of the Charter. Item number 12, very briefly, Chairperson, I will be very brief. It is the famous resolution which supplements Resolution 275. These are resolutions, well, I would not say problematic resolutions, but these are resolutions which protect a certain category of human rights defenders and a certain category of African citizens living in our continent. This resolution 552 relates to intersex people in Africa, I led this battle all the way to the commission, and I have explained to my colleagues, commissioners who have accepted to, in addition to resolutions 275, also protect intersex persons in the African continent, because the intersex persons is a category, different category, not to be mistaken with the other categories that are put under the LGBT banner. I do hope, I believe for that I have supported this cause by requesting for the support of my colleagues. And I really want to thank them here, because I do remember the discussions were very fruitful, and at the end of the day, we were able to come up to a solution. Item number 13, a positive element also, on the strengthening of the joint framework agreement between the African Union and the United Nations on human rights issues. All those that come after the Addis Ababa roadmap. But I believe in that case, I was the first, unless I'm contradicted by the correction by the Secretariat, I was the first to go to Geneva in that regard during after 58th Ordinary Ocean, which was really appreciated by United Nations. And I do hope that the other bureaus would continue in the same vein. And in Geneva, we should also go and indicate our presence. Chairperson, there are some areas of concern, and I will go very briefly through this. Number one, the first area of concern, in my opinion, and this is a legacy that I would like to continue, Chairperson, with the support of the Vice Chair, Mr. Hatem. It is the non-inclusion of the mechanism for the protection of human rights. My tendency here is that the Charter has been put in place to protect African citizens and African communities. But then Africans and African communities, contrary to what is being said, are not welcome in all the procedures of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And the evidence here, for example, is the human rights situation in Africa. We only received statements from NGOs. We have to look at the ways and means that in their personal capacity, individuals would also be able to come here to talk about their problems directly, face-to-face platform. Tell us what they think about the problems that they encounter. We would not cover the whole of Africa, yes, but then we have to mainstream the system, do choices, and to ensure that those that are present here are cases that have been worked on, because we cannot accept everybody. In this regard, that Mr. Chairman, that I told Madam Foster, Hannah Foster, that maybe you, as the NGO forum, I told Mrs. Foster that forum of participation to the ordinary session. This is what they call, but then these are NGO forums and forum of individuals. We should not ignore the fact that the Charter was established with them, not only the NGOs. The NGOs are not protected by the African Charter, even though there have been some cases of communication. I'm sure we had already discussed about this, some cases of communication where the Commission appears for increasing its jurisprudence by supporting moral legal entities, NGOs. And I believe I did have a dissident opinion here, because I did not because we did not protect individuals to the highest level, and so we cannot go towards the protection of corporate entities. Maybe I'm naive, maybe it's a personal conviction, but then it's wisdom. If in difficult issues at one time or the other would be resolved, and maybe things are explained. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, is the phrase that I normally indicate, the execution by states. It is the backbone, the low level of this organization. We and you cannot do much, but let us continue to sensitize the states on the implementations of decisions. If not, these are hundreds and millions of dollars that have been spent in vain, because our work is to produce recommendations and then they be implemented. Chairperson, I would also like to share with you An important factor that I did not support previously, I did talk about the reduction of backlog of Dominicans. I'm not saying I am one responsible, but what I'm saying that in my mandate, it reduced. We had started with Mr. Derso when I was the vice chair, but on the other hand, I must say I'm not very satisfied for the low rate of cases brought before the commission. Despite our efforts, there is a the number of cases are low, less than 30 in 40 years. Well, those who would leave the moon would believe that we live in paradise. If in 40 years, only less than 30 cases were brought before the commission, so it means that we are living in a paradise. Now, very rapidly, Chairperson, the selective and inconsistent deployment by states of promotion missions. I did say so at the States Forum. It is not great. We request for promotion missions. We have to bend over backwards to obtain promotion missions. And at the United Nations, I don't think the same thing prevails. I have said so at the Forum of States. Maybe there is need to conduct promotion missions, change them to bilateral missions between the country rapporteur and them on a certain number of issues rather than staying for a long time without receiving us. We have already talked about this, Chair. Another factor is the low participation of the rate of chairperson of NHRI at the NHRI's forum. In 2026, you will see that the chairperson of the NHRI do not come to the forums of the NHRIs. They need to be sensitized. When I underscored this matter at the opening ceremony, they acknowledged that yes, this was true. The chairperson of the NHRIs do not come. They delegate. And it is not a difficult matter in 1 year to wind up a period where chairpersons of the NHRIs can come and meet. It is the only forum that they have over the year, apart from their own forums at the level of NHNANRI. I would also want to underscore the issue of the low level of participation of state parties to the pre-session forums. I have nothing to teach you, Chairperson, because you all know what I'm saying about. I would, for the last two issues, indicate the funding of human rights on the continent. It is a problem. Africa is the only continent which believes that human rights would be rolled out free of charge. No, human rights is not free of charge. It needs budgets. It needs consequential budgets. And in that regard, your fight, your combat, Chairperson, is to fight on a day-to-day basis. Albiola would not leave you in peace. They will tell you such and such meetings are happening, and that if you are not present, you delegate your vice chair. Yes, vice chair has already done so. He has requested the ACBSM to go there. And here, I would like to urge for us to support the NGOs because most of them have borne the brunt of budgetary cuts that does not allow them to roll out their mandate as the partners of the Commission. If the NGOs had the necessary wherewithal, they would stay in Banjul for more than 10 days. But in most cases, they leave first or 2 days later because they do not have the funds. And we have to acknowledge, like we said at the forum of NHRIs, the NGOs are the fuel of the platform. And I submit once again, without NGOs, we will have sessions conducted in the vacuum. Last item, Chairperson, is the administrative situation of our Secretariat. The Secretariat is still functioning with an appropriate structure, but then I'm sorry to leave this legacy with you, but with your dynamism, you'll be able to find this structure that is expected. And also, the staff are expecting support from Addis Ababa whilst we are talking about reforms. This issue of administrative situation of the structure would be one of your priorities. Chairperson, thank you for having lending me your ears, and I would like to crave your indulgence if I have gone beyond the time allocated to me. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for that presentation, which places particular emphasis on the elogious and the commendable legacy that you have given to us. You can live with your head held high. And me and the Vice Chair, we have taken due note of the guidelines and the suggestions you have made. At this juncture, I would like to open up the interactive part of this report by listening to the declarations of state delegates, if any. Among the list communicated to me, I cannot see any state being mentioned. You have the floor, and I would like to urge those who have to intervene, in the interest of time, to be as precise and concise as possible. Thank you, Chair. As the delegate from the Sahrawi Democratic Arab Republic, I would like to inform you and inform the honorable commissioners that in May, last May, 8 observers from the United Nations and 4 rapporteurs in September on the Represent Alma 4/25, all the above observers and rapporteurs have condemned the repression and racial segregation that Morocco is pursuing against human rights defenders in Sahrawi, and also against journalists and activists who are requesting for their right to self-determination. And 79 cases have been recorded, and Morocco was urged to stop these massive violations without delay and to conform to their international commitments when it comes to human rights, and to ensure that people from Western Sahrawi would be able to exercise its right to self-determination. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your statement has been noted and the Commission has taken due note. I cannot see any other request for the floor on the part of the states. Commissioner Lita, you have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm taking the floor to do two things. One, to congratulate Commissioner Lumbu for his presentation on the mechanism that he's in charge of. And secondly, to congratulate and thank him for his great leadership to the Commission for the time he has been the chair of the Commission. He has been very kind to share with us some of the achievements and challenges that he was able to oversee during his leadership, but there is much more. I think he's been a very good leader, a very good listener, and a consensus builder. And we would like to thank him and tell him that we were lucky to have him as our chair, and to tell the incoming chair that we had congratulated you earlier, but I'm sure the template that you have received from Commissioner Lumbu is going to be very useful to you as we continue with the leadership of the Commission, consensus building and result-oriented and people atmosphere. Thank you, Chairperson Lungu, as well. Tell you that you are still among us, and we appreciate all the qualities that you displayed during your leadership. I thank you and submit.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I will now give the floor to the Commission of Human Rights of South Africa, Commissioner Philele Ntule. You have the floor, Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening to yourself, Deputy Chair, Commissioners, and all colleagues present. The South African Human Rights Commission expresses its appreciation to Honorable Commissioner Lumbu, the outgoing chairperson and the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and the focal point on reprisals in Africa, for the report presented under this important mandate. We commend you also, Commissioner Lumbu, for an excellent term in office. I wish to make my comments and contribute to the activity report on human rights defenders. The South African Human Rights Commission commends the Special Rapporteur and his efforts to document, respond to, and raise awareness about the situation of human rights defenders across the continent, and for advancing protection norms through the forthcoming African Declaration on the promotion and the protection of human rights defenders. The South African Human Rights Commission acknowledges the indispensable human rights defenders in advancing justice and accountability, and we continue to take steps to ensure an enabling environment for their work, including monitoring, reporting on the safety and protection of human rights defenders, community leaders, journalists, environmental activists, and particularly those working on land, mining, and social justice issues, engagements with law enforcement, the Disclosures Act has amended, which whistleblower persons exposing wrongdoing in public and private sectors, public inquiries on issues of systemic concern, and through various means. The South African Human Rights Commission has also observed with concern the growing climate of online harassment and threats faced by human rights defenders, and is developing a national framework for digital safety and protection in collaboration with civil society and academic partners. The South African Human Rights Commission reaffirms its commitment, Chairperson, to cooperation with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, as well as the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, in strengthening protection mechanisms for defenders. We also welcome Commissioner Lumbu's efforts to promote coordination amongst the mandates and urge continued engagement with NHRIs as key partners in early warning protection and follow-up on reprisals. In terms of recommendations, the South African Human Rights Commission encourages member states to adopt and implement national laws on policies on the protection of human rights defenders, aligned with the model law on the recognition and protection of human rights defenders, as well as the African Commission's guidelines on freedom of association and assembly in Africa. We also urge states and national human rights institutions to establish internal protection mechanisms to maintain early warning systems and to coordinate responses to reprisals. We urge civil society organizations to deepen collaboration with NHRIs in the documentation of threats and in awareness campaigns promoting solidarity with defenders. We also urge regional bodies to ensure consistent follow-up on cases of reprisals and to provide technical and financial support to NHRIs working to protect defenders. In conclusion, Chairperson, the South African Human Rights Commission reiterates its commitment to working with the African Commission and the Special Rapporteur's mechanisms to advance the protection of all human rights defenders on the continent. The Commission stands ready to share good practices, supports the development of the African Declaration, and to contribute to the establishment of a continent-wide protective environment where defenders can operate safely, freely, and with dignity. Honorable Chairperson, from tomorrow, the South African Human Rights Commission will be joining you virtually, and thus we wish to thank you for an engaged 85th Ordinary Session thus far, and we look forward to further engagements as we work together to build an African continent we can all be proud of. Thank you so much.
The Commission would like to thank you. I now give the floor to Amnesty International.
Amnesty International.
Honorable Chairperson, Amnesty International acknowledges the report of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders in Africa, and this statement underscores shared concerns. Amnesty International remains gravely concerned by the ongoing repression in the Central Sahel against human rights defenders, journalists, civil society members, politicians, and citizens who harbor dissenting voice from their government's national narratives. In Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, the military regimes are progressively curtailing freedoms and rights on the guise of fighting anti-imperialism and protecting national sovereignty. In the three countries, laws are mainly implemented by ordinances without parliamentary oversight and without constitutional review, as the executive controls the legislative and judiciary powers. Across the Central Sahel, hollowed out pluralism, dissolving parties, and sustaining political activity in violation of the right to freedom of association. In Niger, the March 2025 National Foundation Charter dissolved political parties and stretched the transition to 5 years, extendable on vague security. In Mali, the parties were dissolved in May 2025 following the conclusion of national consultations. The transition, originally 18 months, was rolled forward repeatedly, culminating in a further 5-year security contingent extension. When the agreed 2-year extension expired in March 2024, parties calling for constitutional rule faced a 3-month suspension of political activity and the detention of at least 10 political leaders between June and December 2024. In Burkina Faso, political activities have remained suspended since the October 2022 coup. This assault extends beyond parties to unions and associations. In Niger, on 7 August 2025, the Interior Ministry dissolved key judiciary unions on spurious grounds of service failings and corporatism. In Mali in 2024, authorities dissolved multiple civil society groups targeting voices campaigning for a return to civilian and constitutional rule. Amnesty International calls upon the African Commission to urgently engage the authorities of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger to restore freedoms of association, expression, and assembly, to end intimidation of human rights defenders, rescind blanket suspensions and dissolutions, and to repeal laws incompatible with the African Charter, and to request in-country visits to assess the situation of human rights in the three countries. I thank you.
I'll give the floor to Zimbabwe Awelas.
Monsieur le Président, Honorable Commissaire, Mesdames et Messieurs, délégués des États, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués délégués. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights présente sa déclaration sur
Zimbabwe Human Rights presents its declaration on the rights of human rights defenders. We welcome the government of Zimbabwe for its fulfillment of its obligations regarding United Nations Convention. In March 25th of 2025, Zimbabwe participated with the Human Rights Committee of the United Nations in its proceedings, and we required that all countries to implement civil and political rights. The Human Rights Committee of the United Nations has raised properly this and expressed the same concerns that we expressed before this commission. We will not relent on these issues, and we concentrate, but we continue to concentrate and focus on the practical recommendation. Now I'll move on to English.
Rights urges the African Commission to call upon the government of Zimbabwe to implement all recommendations made by the United Nations Human Rights Committee, particularly on taking action to combat all forms of threats, harassment, intimidation, and violence against journalists, media workers, and human rights defenders. and take all measures necessary to ensure they are free to carry out their work without fear of violence or reprisals of any kind. Secondly, ensuring that human rights violations against human rights defenders, journalists, media workers are thoroughly, impartially, and independently investigated, and perpetrators are held accountable and punished if guilty. Thirdly, repealing Section 22A of the Criminal Law Codification and Reform Act, that is referred to as the Patriotic Act. Fourthly, repealing the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act that was passed a month later against the advice of the United Nations Human Rights Committee, which noted that the bill would potentially restrict civic space. Fifthly, the committee raised concerns about the government's approach to handling peaceful protests, which was often heavy-handed. We also call on the government of Zimbabwe to fully implement all the recommendations by this Honorable Commission in the concluding observations on the 16th periodic report of the government of Zimbabwe assessing the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights from 2019 to 2023, and the second report under the Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, especially adopting the law to protect human rights defenders in Zimbabwe and encouraging the government to strengthen measures to protect human rights defenders from reprisals, intimidation, and judicial harassment. In conclusion, we encourage the government of Zimbabwe to submit all outstanding reports to all the charter or treaty-based mechanisms of the United Nations or the African Union, and we also encourage them to offer their reports in time. The Human Rights Committee report was submitted after 20 years of not responding to the requests for reports. I thank you, Mr. President. Asante sana, shukran. Muito obrigada.
I'm sorry. So the Commission would like to thank you, and I will give the floor to Matt for Peace, Abdurrahman Basha.
Expresses its concern regarding the escalating violations against human rights defenders in Africa, particularly highlighting all acts of retaliation in Tindouf camps in Algeria, which include intimidation, threats, enforced disappearance, detention, torture, persecution, and arbitrary detention in prisons in the Rapuri area. Human rights defenders face the violation for criticizing the policies and corruption of Polisario Front and for demanding an end to its dominance and reconciliation with Morocco, as evidenced by the violation of detention and retaliation that affected protesters in February 2025 against licensing, hampering access to Algerian lands, and these affected by incidents of killing and shooting that occurred on April 9, 2025 in the Al-Arquba district in the Dakhla camp. Honorable Chairperson, in light of this, Mad for Peace calls on the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders to demand that the Polisario Front cease its retaliatory violations and threats against human rights defenders in the Tindouf camps and release all the detained defenders. Mad also urged the Rapporteur to call on the Algerian government to stop delegating the administration of refugees camps to the Polisario Front and to facilitate visits by mechanisms of the African Commission to the Tindouf camps and enable them to conduct quantitative assessments of Sahrawi refugees to identify and address their humanitarian needs, as well as the conducting of fact-finding mission regarding the retaliatory actions against human rights defenders in these camps, which have become an open prison. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The Commission would like to thank you. I now give the floor to Service International for Human Rights. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, after the adoption on the recognition and protection of human rights on the continent, since it has not improved since the last session of the Commission, so it is a time to invite member states to start the process like Benin, Togo, and so on to finalize the process, and we invite the other countries to follow suit. The Honorable Commissioners, the Rapporteur Special Approach on Human Rights and focal point on reprisals in Africa. We to promote their activities on human rights and put an end to reprisals in the continent. The reprisal cases and repressions on human rights divisions are all members of human rights organizations like OVUCA and other institutions as for Benin and Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, Niger, and the Democratic Republic of Congo and Togo and so on are the countries concerned, and there are special laws, especially the fight against cyber crime and the fight against terrorism, and also the penal code on state security are used in order to pursue and convict human rights defenders. I would like to draw attention to these many cases. In Burkina Faso, for example, arrestation and arrest and release of human rights defenders are frequent. Like the case of a lawyer, a human rights lawyer, who was arrested in 2024 and then released and then arrested twice. And right now he is under arrest. Mr. Lawyer Doli Imbepanil, lawyer and human rights defender, is also recently arrested on the 22nd of September 2025 and has been accused of treason. And also because he published on Facebook some statements. On December, the Association of Lawyers of Burkina Faso said that he was arrested as it is required on Article 6 of the MOA relating to the harmonization of the protection of lawyers in Burkina Faso. Journalists Atiana Amir Fall and apparently have been arrested in March 2025 and are still on. They are still missing in Cote d'Ivoire, despite the existence of laws on the rights and national mechanism on human rights protection. Some people are still deprived of their rights. It's in Cote d'Ivoire that Mr. a Benin lawyer was arrested while he had obtained the refugee status in Cote d'Ivoire to participate in a forum and was arrested in June. According to report, despite his health condition and the irregular conditions of his arrest, he's still in isolation at the Vida prison. While he is getting, now that there are preparations for the presidential elections, Cote d'Ivoire has come up with an order to prevent public demonstrations and prevent the participation of some opposition members to participate in the electoral process. And in the DRC, people are also exposed, and also the quality, sound quality, oh la la. There is a mic open, that's why we can't hear her. So there are reprisals against the DDIS. We call on the African Commission to request the state parties to protect and provide civic rights and the protection of the rights of human rights defenders, and also the recognition of defenders of human rights to be implemented and align their practices with the African guidelines on this particular issue. I conclude that by saying that defenders of human rights should be protected, and if they are protected, it is the human rights of human beings that are protected. I thank you. I now give the floor to Fiakat. Fiakat, are they here in the hall? Fiakat. I call on the Universal Organization Against Torture, or the World Organization Against Torture.
Board of the World Organization Against Torture, and as a human rights defender from Egypt, I speak today to share the grave risks we continue to face in my country. Despite Egypt's organization obligations under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, our work remains criminalized or otherwise highly restricted. And the human rights defenders live lives and freedom are under constant threat, including their family members. Human rights defenders who document abuses, provide legal aid, or cooperate with international mechanisms are systematically targeted with police harassment and too often arrest too. HRDs face arbitrary detention, travel bans, assets freeze, surveillance, and judicial harassment. Many remain trapped in prolonged pre-trial detention or trials under fabricated charges, which, with their cases kept open for years to restrict their freedom of movement and silence their advocacy. Over the past 5 years, hundreds of individuals, including lawyers, journalists, academics, students, union leaders, political and community activists, and even ordinary citizens were arrested for speaking out on public affairs. The long-standing case 173 of 2011 against NGOs and human rights defenders, used for more than a decade to impose assets freeze, travel bans, and criminal investigations, was formally closed only recently. But other human rights defenders continue to face travel bans, such as colleagues from the Egyptian Initiative for Personal Rights and a member of the Arab Center for the Independence of Judges and Legal Profession. Other human rights defenders are kept on terrorism lists. The climate of repression to freedom of expression and association in Egypt persists, and many defenders, including defenders of economic, social, and environmental rights and climate activists, continue to face prosecution in politically motivated cases brought by state security prosecution, which accuses them of terrorism-related charges and charges of spreading false news, undermining national security, either under Egypt's counterterrorism law of 2015, but also under the cybercrime law of 2018, as well as the penal code. Some 24 journalists in Egypt are currently detained because of their legitimate work or criticism of government policies. Some 54 Sinai Bedouins, indigenous to the lands of the Sinai, who marched in 2023 to regain their lands in North Sinai, were arrested and tried before military court as civilians and convicted before being in the end pardoned. The case of Ibrahim Twali, co-founder of the Association of the Families of the Disappeared, is emblematic. He was arrested in 2017 to participate in the meetings of the UN Working Group on Enforced Disappearances, and he remains arbitrarily detained until now and stands trial in 3 cases in front of terrorism court, criminal court in Cairo. Members of the Egyptian Coordination for Rights and Freedoms are serving long-term prison sentences based on false terrorism accusations for defending human rights. Among them, Hoda Abdelmenaim, a former member of the Egypt Human Rights Institution, who served her sentence, but instead of being released, she was accused in a new case. Activist Sharif Ruby was rearrested 3 years ago.
Je vous prie de conclure. Je suis désolé de vous interrompre, mais nous ne sommes pas sous le point de droit de l'homme. Ça, s'il vous plaît, soyez succinct.
Was detained again for speaking out on difficulties of former prisoners. Economist Abdel Khaled was sentenced to 5 years in prison for criticizing economic policies. Restrictions under the NGO law 149 of 2019 further curtails freedom of association, prohibiting legitimate human rights advocacy. Even developmental and women empowerment organizations who are registered under the law face undue restrictions and government interference, limiting their capacity to deliver their services to communities. Families are also of defenders are also targeted through house raids and arbitrary arrest. Moreover, abroad, human rights defenders in exile have faced transnational repression through attacks by actors acting on behalf of the government, by indicting them in politically motivated trials, or by denying consular services of the issuance of official papers to them or their children. The founder of the Cairo Institute for Human Rights Studies was sentenced to long-term prison term while in exile. Too many people today, Mr. President, are arbitrarily detained in Egypt for speaking truth.
Monsieur, vous m'obligez à je ne voulais pas. Je suis obligé de vous couper la parole.
Merci.
Je vous en prie.
I'm withdrawing your request for the floor. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to the African Center on Democrats and Human Rights Studies. Moulana Najid, you have the floor. It's not in the hall. I call on Asuji. Invite Asuji.
Mr. President, Commissioners, I'd like to thank the opportunity and thanks for the work has been done and congratulate the commissioners, delegates. I'm going to speak in regards with the human rights in Angola, in particular with the human rights between July 2025. Between the 12th and 30th of July, excessive use of force, mass arrest, allegations of extradition, summary trials, and repressions against human rights, journalists and association leaders were recorded. More than 30 deaths and loads of injured and 1,500 deaths, including minors. Internet blackout for approximately 8 hours in July, restricting civic monitoring and freedom of expression. These events directly affect the human rights working in documentation, legal assistance, community journalism, and civic mobilization. Examples: Osvaldo Sergio Correa Cajolo, a defender of the human rights, arrested on July 19 by the charges during a broadcast communicated the first 24 hours signs of retaliation of his civic activity. So José de Oliveira, shot on the 28th of July and taken into custody, presented to custody on the 1st of August, continued deprivation of liberty with concerns into his integrity. Laurindo Gouveia, indirect retaliation, home invasion by the police forces in front of her husband and her minor children. André Miranda, arrested on 28th of July while covering protests. Rodrigo Catimba, arrested on the 1st of August on charges of rebellion, terrorism related to the strike, signs of criminalization of civic leadership. These standards violate the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the life, integrity, freedom of 2017 of the African Charter. Declaration of Principles of Freedom of Expression and Human Information 2019, the ACHPR Resolution 2021 on Human Rights Defense and Reprisals. Furthermore, following the arrests of summary trials request formal clarifications on deaths, injuries, and arrests in July, on an independent, partial, and effective investigation and measures with accountability. Thank you, Mr. President, and for the protection of human rights in Africa.
The Commission would like to thank you. Now I invite the International Human Rights Federation, Abbas Fall. You have the floor. He is not in the hall.
Mr. President, distinguished commissioners, distinguished representatives of states, and dear participants, FIDH and the OMCT, under the framework of the Observatory for the Protection of Human Rights Defenders, acknowledges the report by the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, and we wish to draw your attention to several worrying developments related to the situation of human rights defenders in the continent. Firstly, we've observed arrests, arbitrary detention, enforced disappearances, and acts of torture that are increasing at an alarming rate in order to neutralize dissenting voices. Many defenders have been arbitrarily arrested and detained in recent months for exercising their right to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. For this, this is the case for journalists Hamid Mahmoud and Mahman Sani in Niger, content creator Rene Kofi, and members of Tunus La Page, Aman Agbliz and Osei Agbano in Togo, activist Ibitsame Lacha in Morocco, and Burkina lawyer Ini Benjamin Dolly, and activist Jedida Mabela in the DRC. In addition to these new arrests, arbitrary detentions continue, and often in harmful conditions. And we would like to remind this commission about the case of Musa Chagari, who continues to be arbitrarily detained in Niger for now close to a year. The Iraq movement figure, Labi Taha, arbitrarily detained for over a year in Algeria, and Sahrawi defenders Mohamed Lamin Hadi and El Bashir Kada, who have been arbitrarily detained in Morocco for 15 years. Furthermore, in Guinea, Umar Saila, known as Fonike Mengu, and Mamadou Biloba have been victims of enforced disappearances for more than a year and 3 months, and journalist Habib Kamara has been missing since the 3rd of December 2024. Secondly, across the continent, we continue to observe human rights defenders being attacked, threatened, and subjected to judicial and administrative harassment. During this intervening period, since the last session, we particularly observed this in the DRC, in Uganda, in Egypt, in Algeria, and in Chad. And I will pick the case of Egypt particularly because the authorities continue to use laws such as the Penal Code, the 2015 Counterterrorism Law, and the 2014 Terrorist Entities Law to detain, prosecute, punish human rights defenders and civil society activists. Because of such targeting and the draconian restrictions under the 2019 Law on Civil Work, many organizations authorities also target some of the most organizations and defenders. In case 173 of 2011, known as the foreign funding case, in which the authorities prosecuted dozens of people from receiving foreign funds. And in this and other cases, authorities have used arbitrary travel bans and asset freezes to target human rights lawyers, journalists, researchers for their peaceful work. The Egyptian authorities are also conducting transnational crackdown on Egyptian journalists and defenders in exile. In light of this, we would like to call on the African Commission to, firstly, we urge the Commission to consider in its concluding observations following the review of the state report by the government of Egypt to request that measures be put in place to remedy the extremely restricted environment for human rights defenders so that they can carry out their legitimate activities without hindrance or fear of reprisals, as well as for the
please,
government
conclude, please.
to guarantee freedom of expression to release all arbitrarily detained human rights defenders and put an end to all acts of harassment against them, including transnational repression, to make every effort to ensure that the fate of disappeared human rights defenders and their whereabouts are revealed and that they are released, and to order immediate, thorough, transparent investigations into the acts of torture committed against defenders, to guarantee the rights of freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, and to refrain from enacting and to revoke laws that directly or indirectly restrict the freedoms of association, expression, and peaceful assembly. I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Remercie.
I would like to thank you. And I'll invite defenders. You have the floor, defenders.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished state delegates, all protocols observed. Defenders and African Defenders welcomes the report of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and Focal Point on Reprisals in Africa and wishes to congratulate Honorable Commissioner Remi Ngoyi Lumbu on the successful completion of your term as Chairperson of this commission and express our sincere appreciation for your dedicated leadership and service. Honorable Commissioner, African Commission Resolution 613 of 2024 condemned violations by state security forces against environmental defenders in Uganda. Yet security forces continue to disregard these guidelines. In September, 11 environmental defenders from Uganda were arbitrarily arrested, charged with criminal trespass, denied bail, and despite the state's failure to prosecute the case, the human rights defenders continue to face judicial harassment. We acknowledge your urgent appeal concerning the abduction of 2 Kenyan defenders in eastern Uganda. However, in response to a habeas corpus application filed before the High Court, the government denied holding them in custody. This denial is deeply troubling, given Uganda's documented history of electoral-related abuses and the approaching January 2026. Honorable Commissioner, this Commission's Resolution 612 of 2024 on the pre- and post-electoral situation in Mozambique addressed concerns over electoral violence and civic space. However, the situation of defenders in Mozambique continues to deteriorate. Following the electoral unrest, a journalist disappeared in January, while another prominent government critic suffered severe metal poisoning in March. These incidents illustrate 2 alarming trends that must urgently be addressed, that is, enforced disappearance and transnational repression. Across the continent, transnational repression has surged, with states weaponizing technology, diplomacy, and exile to silence dissent beyond their borders. The governments of Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya have escalated these practices. The normalization of the collaboration of state security agencies has enabled cross-border abductions, corroding the democratic fabric of the East African community. In July of this year, this trend deepened when Kenya deported a staff member of Kenya Human Rights Commission to Uganda without justification. The ripple effects of this practice have become increasingly evident in West Africa, citing the case that has already been presented of the Benin human rights defender, Hugh. Honorable Commissioner, the rights to freedom of association and peaceful assembly also remain under severe threat. In Ethiopia, a proposed proclamation would effectively criminalize independent civil society organizations. Equally, in Algeria, a draft law seeks to limit associations to roles that align with government priorities. The right to peaceful protest has also come under renewed attack in Madagascar, Togo, Angola, and Guinea. Honorable Commissioner, we take this opportunity to commend you for dedication to advancing the rights and protection of defenders, your continued engagement with governments, responsiveness to urgent appeals, and leadership. We look forward eagerly to the African Declaration on Human Rights Defenders, and we respectfully call on you to investigate the growing trend of transnational repression across the region and to address the governments of Ethiopia and Algeria concerning their draft laws.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. Now I give the floor to the last organization for the Tunisian League of Human Rights, just for 2 minutes, because already past 7 p.m. I'm going to be very...
President. Monsieur le
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, I'd like to thank you as well as the Commissioner Lumbu, responsible for human rights defenders, and for the constant attention to the protection and rights and freedoms on our continent, Africa. I'd like to draw your attention to this alarming situation in Tunisia, marked by the subordination of the judicial power due to this the shrinking of civic space, and the violation that affects journalists and human rights. The suspension of the Tunisian Women for Democracy, a historic organization that has been working for 3 decades for legality, social justice, and democracy, is a case in point in this violation. This based on administrative text that is unfounded. It's judicial harassment and direct violation of Article 9, 10, 11 of the African Charter on Human People's Rights. The Tunisian government justifies this suspension by administrative shortcomings, whereas the documents required are in their administration. And this shows the arbitrary nature of the measure aimed at intimidating dissident feminist voices. Since 2021, more than 70 people, among them journalists, lawyers, militants, human rights defenders, who have been arbitrarily arrested or prosecuted based on the Law 54, or a text that is officially presented as a tool against disinformation, but also used to criminalize opinion and to reduce to silence all criticism from the government. And hate speech, stigmatization against NGOs, especially that's receiving international funding, it's increasing in media and official speeches, and leading to a climate of fear. And we call upon the African Commission to condemn the arbitrary suspension of ATFD and to denounce the decision of Law 54 as a tool for operation. Call on the release of all people who have been arrested for their opinions, and call on the Tunisian authorities about their obligations to ensure a safe environment for the civil society in Africa. It was once a model for freedoms and for women, and that is going through. Thank you for your kind attention. The Commission would like to thank you. This brings an end to the interactive part. Honorable Commissioners, given time constraints, allow me to congratulate you once again for the presentation of this very important report, and to take act of note of the fact that you have presented your intersession report in accordance with the Charter and the rules of procedure. Since we no longer have any other item on the agenda, I'd like to bring this session to a close, and we adjourn to tomorrow 9 a.m.